alone. I'll be doing this with my co-host Shalom Karaoke, who's already on the space, who will have introduced himself in just a bit. So a few ground rules for today's conversation. I want this conversation to be as interactive as possible because today's is an open mic discussion, so I'd like to hear most of your thoughts. If you're feeling a bit shy to do so when you come up to the speakers panel, it's okay. You can write your comment on the comment section. The other thing is once the mic is passed to you, kindly keep your comments as brief as possible so that you can have as many people engage with us tonight. So without further ado, I'll have Shalom introduce himself. Good evening, Shalom. How are you doing? Shalom.
Hello. Hi. Sorry about that. I'm doing good, Priscilla.
Okay, kindly introduce yourself so that you can start today's conversation.
Okay. My name is Salam Karaoke, and I'm a presenter and creator at K24 TV.
Okay, thank you so much for honoring our invite to today's space. And let's just get straight into it. A lot has been happening in the country, let's say in the past month or over a month now. And I'd like to understand from you, how would you describe the current state of the nation, considering the recent protests, the government actions, the public reactions? In other words, how would you describe the political and the social climate in Kenya as of now?
I think the easiest way to describe it right now is I feel like there's people are upset, people are disappointed as well, and people are also unmotivated or demotivated. So I think that's the easiest way to describe it right now, because we have seen so many things happen in the past few weeks. We have had a roller coaster of events, ups and downs. And right now, at the place we are at, I just think that watu wamechoka tu. Yeah.
I'd like to know if the people who are already on the speakers panel, do you agree with Shalom? Do you have the same sentiments? And I'll start with you, Josh Tombe. Josh, your mic was on a few minutes ago. Okay, Philip Komu. Philip. Okay, Muita. Muita. Okay, those who are on the speakers panel, kindly, once I've passed the mic to you, share your thoughts so that we can keep this conversation moving. Let's see if we can have Halisi. Halisi,
Hi,
good
can you hear
evening.
me?
Yes, we can hear you. How would you describe the current state of the nation? And more so, how would you describe the political and social climate in Kenya at the moment?
At the moment, what we are witnessing is the political class regrouping around tribalism as usual, and the grassroots people having not have enough civic education to understand the effects of tribalism. Now that is what is happening. The president has pulled a card of tribalism, and right now the protestants are more than angry. They are craving for a revolution, but we are also regrouping so that but as we regroup, it's good we also understand that all this has stemmed from us not voting, because if we voted, then we wouldn't have this government. So we must endeavor to also register as voters as we continue with our activities. So I'd say the climate right now, people are regrouping. I saw Sifuna and the Western leaders regrouping. People are just regrouping because the president has also regrouped, and he has showed us his tribalism card with a lot of contempt. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your thoughts, Halisi. That also brings me to a point that I was going to discuss later. But today in Tharaka Nithi County, the president said, and I quote, jana niliunda serikali ya kuunganisha Wakenya wote kwa sababu hakuna haja ya kubaguana tena. I'd like to know from Kennedy, do you agree with Halisi that right now it's a moment of regrouping, but also the president has chomoed his treble card? Kennedy. Guys, if you're on the speakers panel, kindly, it's your turn to speak. Boniface.
Good evening, Kenya. The way president said it today, ati ameunda serikali ya kuunganisha Kenya ama ya wananchi wote, really it is just for the political class. What we see is the political class regrouping, and hiyo serikali yenye amesema ni ya kuunganisha wa Kenya, it is not really kuunganisha wa Kenya, it is kuunganisha the political class that has been there. It makes me to be a bit angry when I see the people who have been served in governance still looking for positions. When will be the time for the young people? When will be the time for to say, let us mentor these young people to come to power also? So what we are seeing is, I agree, totally agree that the political class is regrouping against Gen Z or against the young people or against the leaders who want to grow to that position. So what we are seeing is, we are seeing people preparing to make sure they fight us back. They fight us not to give a chance to the young people, but they fight us to make sure they remain there to rule us. They remain there to do the things that they are, to loot to loot money for the country. It is very wrong. So what I can say, and what I despite the challenges that we are, I want to tell every young person that it's time we prepare, even if we will not be able to succeed this time around, but for 2027, we can succeed in 2027. So we have the voting, all that. The people who are regrouping in the political class, we take them home, all of them, so that now we can have good governance, accountable governance, because I realize that they are all dancing to the same tune. They are all singing to the same song. No one who is good, no one who is the other. They have now regrouped to fight us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts, Boniface. Pishon, your hand is up. Pishon, I hope I've not butchered your name.
Okay, thank you. My name is Isaac Kodero, and this is what I have to say today. Na mtanisamea, lazima nitumie Kiswahili juu hiyo Kizungu imekuja na meli. This is what I'm saying. As you guys are fighting the government, I want you all guys to know that this fight is between God and the devil. Guys, I believe deep down my heart that we are on that days, the end days, where the lies are seen as the truth, and the truth people see them as the lies. Number two, this war is not over, guys. Don't feel discouraged. It has just started because mumefanya serikali imeungana, like mumeona, mumejua, ndo next time pia nyinyi mkuwe na akili ya ku having electing good leaders on the seats. The third point, this war is for the truth and freedom. Guys, the truth is needed in our lives. If you accept the truth of the Almighty God, you need that. You need truth in our daily life. We need truth in our marriages. We need truth at our workplaces. We need truth in our morals. If you don't have morals, like accept the truth. And Jesus said, accept the truth, and the truth will set you free. So, you guys, as you guys are fighting the government, I want you guys to join the hands with me. I want to fight these religious leaders who are in bed with people who are oppressing people. They are preaching the gospel of prosperity. Ndo wapate pesa, wauze wengine, na wao waende. And you guys, as we also fight, let's all pray. Don't forget, this war is between God and the devil. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isaac. Michael, you've unmuted your mic. What are your thoughts? How would you describe the current state of the nation? And how would you also describe the political and social climate in Kenya?
Nashukuru sana kwa kupewa nafasi hii. Hello? Hello.
Tunakusikia.
Asante sana kwa kunipa nafasi hii. Mimi nashukuru sana shirika la media la K24 kwa kuleta mazungumzo ya vijana kwa pamoja. Maoni yangu ni kwamba vijana wa Gen Z wameweza kuandamana na wakaeleza bayana maneno ambayo walikuwa wanahitaji serikali ikawafanyie. Lakini ukiangalia kwa kweli Rais Ruto ni kama anajaribu kucheza na vijana wa Kenya na future ya Kenya. Manake kuwafuta mawaziri 21 kisha akarudisha mawaziri 20 kufikia sasa, ambapo tumebaki tu na waziri mmoja ambaye atamtaja hivi karibuni, ambaye huenda akawa ni Attorney General. Ni kumaanisha kwamba ile demand ambayo Gen Z walikuwa nayo ya kupunguza mawaziri hadi 16 ama 17, Rais Ruto hawezi kuyatimiza. Na kwa kumkaribisha kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga katika masuala ya serikali ama cabinet, kwa upande wangu kama kijana naona ni kama Rais Ruto anajaribu kuvunja ile upinzani na anajaribu kumaliza nguvu za upinzani. Manake tulishuhudia maneno haya wakati rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa kwenye uongozi. Aliweza kufanya jambo kama hili na kuua upinzani, ambapo Rais Ruto wa sasa alituwakilisha kama mpinzani kwa wakati huo. So mimi nilikuwa naomba Gen Z hizi vita ambazo tumeanzisha tusirudi nyuma, tusiogope. Ni lazima tusikike, manake nchi yetu ni nchi ya demokrasia. Angalia jinsi vijana walivyouliwa. Angalia kijana kama Dennis Lubanga aliyeuliwa. Familia yao inalia. Ana watoto, ameacha mama, boma yao hawana hata fedha ya kubeba mwili kutoa kule kuleta nyumbani. Lakini Rais Ruto anasimama kwenye magari kila siku, anatudanganya. Kama leo anadanganya ati atapea hao watu fidia. Kwa kweli hakuna fidia yoyote ambayo unaweza lipa nayo uzima wa mwanadamu. Mali ni kitu ambayo inatafutwa na inaweza patikana. Lakini wale ambao wamepoteza wapendwa wao, wale wanawake ambao wamebaki wajane, watasaidika vipi? So mimi naomba Gen Z tuwe kitu kimoja, tupigane vita hivi mpaka mwisho. Tusiogope, Kenya ni yetu na Kenya ni moja. Tukiogopa sasa hivi na hawa watu watatushinda na watatulemea. Asanteni sana. Ni hayo tu.
That's a good point from Halisi, I believe, or Wesley. Let's now move on to the next question. It is about the CSs. The president recently named a second batch of cabinet nominees, which has sparked a strong reaction from the public. What do you people think? What are your thoughts on the selection process, and what reactions do you have? So we can start with Ace. I can see your hand is up. Let's start with you, Ace.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Anyway,
you.
yes, I'm very disappointed with what the president has done. In fact, kwanza niko disappointed sana na Wakenya wenzangu. Unasikia ati msema amepatiwa siasa tu, mtu anakimbia kwa street anasema ati mtu wetu nini? Kusema tu kweli, saa hii wewe utoke hapa na 50 bob yako unaenda kubai mkate. Utauziwa mkate na 40 bob juu wewe mtu wenyewe alichaguliwa kwa CS. Mimi kwanza hiyo imenifrustrate sana. Nimeboeka na nataka tufinye kabisa. If possible hata Tuesday twende maandamano mengine juu ni kama president asikii. Watu kama kina Oparanya, watu kama kina Joho ni watu wamekaa kwa gava miaka yao yote. Hao watu wamekula enough. Au yani huwezi niambia huwezi pata tu mtu mwingine space afanye kazi, ama kuna technocrat ama kuna expert yoyote mwenye anaweza fanya hiyo kazi yenye hao watu wamepewa. Another thing, history ya sijui ya president ameenda kunaitwa je huku Tharaka Nithi. Watu wamemzingira na shindwa kwani hao watu wametoka wapi? Sijui ni mentality ya ushago ama ni mentality gani hiyo watu wako nayo ya huyu mtu wetu mtu wetu mtu wetu. That thing pisses me off a lot. Na hiyo selection ya president nayo imeanguka from head to toe. I expected him vile alifire the 21 guys afanye kitu kama afungue tu website aseme everyone who wishes to apply for these positions you have a chance, apply, panel ichukuliwe, watu wafanyiwe interviews. Kenya ni yetu bana, si hao wanasiasa anachagua one by one. Anyway, thank you and have a good evening guys. Gen Z tuendelee kupress. Tuesday tupatane street. Thank you.
So, Professor Fred, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. The first thing I want to say that I hope you are getting me.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, very nice. I want to say that this government, we were told that this is a hustler government, and right now, when you see things that the president has done, has just decided to pick those people who are in the former regime. Those people have been in government since I was born up to now. He has not taken in consideration what the GNC were looking for. GNC they were talking about having the government or the cabinet that is responsible, that will be in a position to air out the views, will be in a position to discuss clearly what affects them. But it is very sad and stupid to find that he is placing those people who failed in those eras when they were in office, returning them back. And very sarcastically, you find some people who still have local mind talking about huyu ni mtu wetu, huyu ni mtu wetu. If we are still having such a mind like huyu ni mtu wetu, huyu ni mtu wetu, we are not going to liberate this nation. And we as GNC, I want to say with my eyes open, in my senses, we are not going to keep quiet. All people that have been arrested today, they have to be released. Na tomorrow tukutane street. There is nothing else we are going to do. The president should understand that we are here and we shall not just be there looking for seeing injustice taking place in this nation, yet sisi tukae pale tunaangalia. We are here and we are ready to fight to ensure that the dignity of this nation, we sanitize this government so that each and every person can enjoy being in Kenya.
Let us have one more person, Mr. Ray. Let's hear from you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you all can get me.
Yes.
Okay, let me first start by telling the government to free Boniface Mwangi. We are really disappointed. Secondly, we've seen some picture in Mombasa today. I don't know the mentality that those guys have. I think I've also seen the governor of Mombasa, if I'm not wrong. Someone to confirm if the governor of Mombasa was also in the same rally. So I don't know it is about Joe or it is about what, because when we look at the population that was there in Mombasa just some few days ago, speaking of good governance, it was a very large population. So I don't know whether Joho is what they wanted to be in the government so that they relent. I really don't understand the Mombasa people, but I believe, let me assure you that next time the president is out of that state house, he's going to the Nyanza region, and you will see how they're behaving. I'm really disappointed. When I go to the MPs, I've seen today the MPs are now trying to say that they can't cut any other amount in the offices of the first lady and the second lady respectively, because they are looking at They are sympathizing with the workers of the officers. We are really disappointed with that. And lastly, I want to tell Gensis that let us not relent. We are almost there. The government, we've seen them going with bed with the opposition, and we can't count any other opposition apart from us. Thank you very much, the K24. I applaud you, the co-host. Thank you for the space, and let us hear from other people. Thank you.
Wesley, I can see your hand is up.
Yes, my name is Wesley Langat, and personally, I want to say two things. 2027 will be the year of change, and I will want the youth of this country probably to join hands and rally some of our youths who don't know the importance of voting to take their voters card and register. Number two, you have realized that the political parties are taking our leaders hostage. It is a high time that we rethink of even electing the best leaders based on their qualities, even on the independent tickets, so that they can have their own way of reasoning how they can be able to deal with their own things. Thank you, and be blessed.
Thank you so much, Wesley, for your thoughts. You said something along the lines of 2027 will be the year of change, and I'll have a question, but I'm curious to hear from Shalom. What are your thoughts with the second batch of the cabinet secretaries that have been nominated? What was your initial reaction, and what do you think about the selection that the president has made?
Thank you so much for allowing me to answer the question. Earlier, when you asked me about what I think about the state of the nation, I told you it's disappointing. That's the best way I can put it. Because when the president firstly dissolved the cabinet, we thought that we're heading in the right direction. Yeah, that was the reaction of most of us. And then he proceeded to read the first nominees, who a lot of them were the ones we rejected, quote unquote. He reappointed them, and now the second batch is even worse. It has people from the opposition. These are the same people that were saying we don't want to see in government anymore. I think what this has shown me is that the political class will unite when it comes to things of their own interest. It doesn't matter Kato na Andamana, it doesn't matter what it is. If there's an interest that the opposition had to be in government, they're gonna unite, and that's gonna happen. And I just want to say that I think that ODM hijacked the protests, because the protests were about the people, pro people, and not about any leaders. We didn't ask for any people in the cabinet. We just asked for people who can be accounted for, people who can be held accounted for, and professionals. But what we have seen is that ODM is reaping seeds that they did not sow, because the people are the ones who are killed on the streets. The people are the ones who have been abducted. But then it's ODM that are reaping this benefit. So those are my reactions to the second batch of CS nominees. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. You said ODM is reaping seeds that they did not sow. Love that, love that. So, Wesley earlier said 2027 will be the year of change, but someone would argue that 2027 is very, very far away. But I'd like to hear from Tribeless, whose hand is already up. What should people be doing until then? What are steps that they should people make to make this country livable again? To make people feel like they've been heard by the government, or just make living a bit more comfortable. Tribeless?
Thank you so much, K24. Am I audible enough? Are you getting
Yes,
me?
you are. Yes.
Thank you so much, K24. Thank you so much, fellow Kenyans. Today, I am a very sad person. I'm a very sad youth. I must first say that my age falls between Gen Z and millennial. I was born in the region of early Gen Z, and I have been on the roads since 25th June, and I specifically came back to Kenya to do this because I felt that as youths, we needed to agitate for change. And after all that we did, I must say that the sole financial, the sole supporter of the Gen Z movement is President William Ruto. Why? Because every time we agitate, every time we look for change, every time we push him to the wall, his reactions point to a head of state who doesn't care. He goes to the opposition. The same things he said he want to do. He brings a bunch of leaders. I come from the region of where John Badi comes from, for example. I was the CS nominee for Treasury. And what has he done? He has brought John Badi, thinking that that will appease Homa Bay County. It doesn't. It doesn't. For your information, fellow members, we would rather be comfortable with a country where every leader comes from whatever they come from, but we have enough water for our children, for our old. We have better schools, we have good infrastructure, we have adequate food, we have proper health care, we have medicines in the hospital, we have no threat of Al-Shabaab, we have no threat of bandits. It doesn't matter. I want to remind Kenyans that it doesn't matter who is the leader. What matters is what is this leader giving back to the country? What is the end result? What are we likely to get from that leadership? Is it quality? That's what is important. A government of national unity does not solve the multi-party democracy, freedom of speech, and it's a way to try and curtail down Article 37 of the Constitution. And therefore, what am I saying? And going forward, because the main important part of this is what are we going to do going forward? We can't wait. We have to rise up. We young people, we have come to realize that politics controls everything. And I have been telling people, I have been conducting civic education in my county. I have been telling people that, listen, youths, for a long time, we have been saying, listen, we don't want to get involved in politics. Look at who we know as Gen Z, we know as millennial, we know as Kenyans have the interest. Because these people, we have realized they don't. He has been a member of parliament for how many years? Of Butere. He has been a governor for 10 years. He has been CS lands in the Kibaki government. What is remaining for him is to retire and go home. What is remaining for Ali Hassan Joe? He was a member of parliament. He has been a governor for 10 years. What is remaining for him is to retire and go home. We need fresh leadership. We have very many capable Kenyans, and it is the right time. How do you get Opiyo Wandayi from minority parliament, bring him to the cabinet? Don't we have qualified people? We have 47 million Kenyans. Really? This is ridicule of the highest order, and we have to rise up as a country. We have to agitate for change, and I can tell you, change is never easy. Change is never easy. It's gonna be hard, but we have to push on. We have to stay focused. We have to stay united, and we have to remain in good faith that with constant push, nobody imagined we will invade parliament, for example, but we did it. And that changed the trajectory, the impunity, the opulence, where CSS would work with millions of money in Harambes. The ignorance of leaders, to an extent, we brought it down. So we are, as we celebrate our little achievements, we aim higher, and we have to push these people going forward. And we have to, I am very ready for another round of demonstrations. Peaceful demonstrations for that matter, without destroying property. And the government has to stop the habit of hiring goons to come and disrupt peaceful processions. We are very ready for this, and we are not going to tire. We are tribeless. We are not going to tire. We are going to push these people, and I am so happy we are going to have more youths coming out. to register as voters, coming out to understand the importance of politics in our democracy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Trebless, for your thoughts. You said Kenyans should continue agitating for our freedom. I can see we have a few ladies on the speakers panel. Let me give them a chance. Esther, what should we be doing now as we wait for 2027? Because as Wesley said earlier, that 2027 will be the year of change where we'll see more young people getting out to vote. But until then, what should we be doing to ensure that Kenya is a place that you can live freely, exercise your freedom of speech and things like that? Esther?
Thank you very much. I believe that the young people need structure in order to move forward. The idea of being leaderless and fearless and tribeless is a brilliant idea, but it can't take people to elections. It can't take us to 2027. So I really believe that we need structure. We need a leadership structure so that we can start organizing for 2027. Without that, we can't move. The politicians, as we have seen, they have structure. They know how to move forward, and they're preparing for 2027. So I would urge the young people to think about that and have think about who will take us to 2027 in terms of leadership. But the other thing I want to bring to our attention is that we need to center the families of the young people who lost their lives. If we leave them behind, we will have betrayed their voices. We need to recognize them. We need to bring them into our structures, our organizations, our spaces, and we need to center their voices, whether it's the parents or their relatives. Let's find a way to center them and honor the sacrifice of their families. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esther, for your thoughts. You said we need structure so that we can be able to know who will take Kenyans to the next juncture. I'd like to hear from Susan Kisavi. What does the structure look like to you if you agree with what Esther is saying? If not, tell us your thoughts. Susan Kisavi? Okay, Kingori, because your hand is already up.
Yes, thank you. K24. I wish to just register some of the two things that we need to do. One is that the youths, we should register animals in large population and participate in electoral process. We usually register, but we don't vote. Last election, close to 8 million people never voted. And that is why maybe we have this crisis. So we should participate in electoral process. Let us not say that politics are a dirty game. It's a dirty game. That dirty game, we can cleanse it when we have a very good population of youths participating in the election and guarding the votes. Number two, we should the legal fraternity, as we did as the Gen Zs when we had the protests. You could hear everybody helping each other, even when they are now even the injured. So the legal fraternity should draft bills. The Gen Z legal fraternity should come up with the bills, petition parliament. Let our bills go to the parliament. Now we don't want the parliament to make to come up with law. It is us. But now we take it to our parliament, not their parliament. Our parliament. We should own our parliament and take a petition. The parliament take the bills there that are for us, not for them, because it seems they don't want to understand the ground. The ground, they don't want to listen to the ground. They don't want to listen to what people are saying. People are not interested with the power sharing. We are interested with the issues of unemployment, education, health matters. But if you look at the assembly of the cabinet that has been assembled by the president, You find it is a birth of Pentagon. The 205 Pentagon is coming back, and that is why you can see people like Joho coming to replace Balala and the others. So what is happening is that we are being told that you can stay with your issues, but us, we must settle our issues first for 2027. And the Gen Z we have been rejected. Our issues have been rejected. Now we need to come up with our own ways of dealing with this situation. And the best is to participate in the electoral process. Don't keep yourself away or fence seat. You are sitting on the fence watching what is happening, then we start complaining. Let us participate ourselves, register in large numbers, and then we can face this government in 2027. But for now, we can only say that let us come up with our own bills. The legal fraternity, where they should concentrate on petition, go to court, or like that until the government listens. And that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mwangi. Okay, Oliver, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity and also for the platform. It's quite a sad day, and it has, of course, been a very sad period for the last 1 month to be a Kenyan. It is a moment where even our patriotism is tested, because you will be sitting and wondering, which kind of a country is this? Is this really a place that I was born and I would really even wish to continue calling home? And of course, with your permission, I will just wish to, of course, pass my thoughts to those ones who've lost their life, the families, and those ones who've been injured. Of course, our thoughts must continue being with them and support as much as we can. Today, we must just say that the state of the nation, it is in a state of shame, and it's in a state of where greed has come out like it is the hobby of some individuals. And of course, I will just start with the president himself. The president, I think, will go down into history as the individual who had the best opportunity to give the country, to change the trajectory of a country and send it on a path that will really be of success. But unfortunately, he still went back and tried to use a script that has been confirmed not to be working. And of course, that one goes direct to the list of the individuals. One, you've been given an opportunity, been told that these individuals are not working, they're living in opulence, and they are corrupt, and each and everything that is bad is associated with them. But at the end of the day, after raising the expectations of the people, you still bring back the same individual. What does that mean? That really, you really don't care so much. But now let's go a little bit into the very individuals. A question was asked about the badge that came in today, and I just mentioned about greed, being cheap and being low, double speak. You really wonder and just be like, am I even sleeping? Are these the same individuals who've been talking about them really being the people who stood for the rights of the people, and the people who speaks on behalf of the common man? But today, have you seen the tone? It has really changed. That one tells us only one thing, that the political class will always do self-preservations when the moment is. But of course, also it made me do a little bit of some soul searching and ask myself, is it just about these individuals, or it might be even the human nature? And I was asking myself that question at the end of it. But I told myself at the end of the day, I struggle also with my own problems as an individual, because I'm not perfect. But God help me that I should not stoop that low, that I should not that cheap. It was really naive, weak, and meek, the least that can be said. But of course, also we go back to the man who was given the best opportunity to change the trajectory of the nation. What is he using? The same script, tribal, going back to the regional kingpins that have always been there. Really, does that work? But also now, let me just talk about a little bit about the former governor of Mombasa. we've known him as an individual, as a man with a stand. But of course, on the streets, we've always also questioned even his education standards. And you ask yourself a question that if you're not very sure whether this guy went to school during the day or at night or he diverted on the way, how can you still again trust him with all the technocrats in the country with such a ministry? And of course, even you wonder that he should just possibly have said that I was lucky to have been a governor, then give a little bit of some space to other people. But are they ready to give some space? No. And this one has been a ticking time bomb for a very long time. The youth in this country are always used as weapons. And today we must understand that those ones who were here and those who've gotten a chance a little bit to go to school should be grateful, because the reason why this revolution has been successful to this extent, it's because of the increase in the number of people who've gone to school. And of course, thanks to the media and of course the social media, that we can get such a platforms and talk. But you should remember one thing, that as we move forward, kindly remember to talk to other people possibly who still are not there, because I think still there is a lot of awareness creation and public sensitization that should happen, and it cannot happen by, of course, by the state or the structures that it's by individuals, because you will see still people, some of them still celebrating that, we've been remembered, and you wonder really how when it is proved that since 1963 these individuals it has always been about individuals. So please, I will wish to give other people also a chance to speak, but I want to say something, that we have got a role to play, not sitting on the fence, but kindly, if you have got an opportunity to talk to somebody, bring a little bit of more sense to them, most especially the people in the rural areas, because they do not have possibly a chance to be on social media like we are and access the media, and for that reason they are still being held in those tribal cocoons that have always been there. So thank you very much. I'll seize the position.
Thank you so much, Oliver. You've mentioned public sensitization. I'd like to hear from Kibuchi. Do you think this is the way to go? As you said, 2027 is a really long way to go for the people who want this government to be dropped. But in the meantime, what should Kenyans do? Yeah, tell us what you think.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you first of all, for the platform, and for the guys who are posting, for the guys who are hosting. Also, as the lady said, let us not forget the people who have died for this cause, because their voices are louder than anything else. And if you go to bed at night and you don't remember those guys, then I guess we are fighting a different battle. The question you asked me is, for me, it's very simple. And I'll use Swahili because I know the statement hits better when it's said in Swahili. Talking to our government via especially Ruto ni kama kuchezea mbuzi guitar. It is a waste of time. If you look at how he has handled everything from when the protest started to the first address he gave to call people criminals and prisoners, to the interview he went on Citizen with Kinala and Askaikai, how he handled himself. Then he came, he fired his whole cabinet. Then half of them have made their way back. And mind you, the middle finger to the youth is, well, you guys were complaining about Murkomen. Now he's your minister. Now he's your CS. So let's see what you guys are going to do about that. He lied to us about reducing the cabinet spots. They're the same. We were told that they're going to withdraw the budget for the first lady and the deputy's wife. Apparently now the MPs have decided that it's going to create more problems down the road. We were told there is going to be a job hiring freeze. Yesterday I saw the PSC decided to ignore Ruto, as if anybody in government can ignore the guy. So we are back to where we were. Sisi tumelambishwa sukari kidogo. We were being told tutafanya hivi, but at the end of the day, political class, they are just it's all about self-preservation. And if, I'm sorry to say, because this is just my point of view, I'm sorry if it's going to offend somebody here, but it's just how I feel. If we're lying to ourselves that we're going to get IDs, first of all, they won't be printed. There are people who've been waiting for IDs since last year. If we lie to ourselves that we're going to use either judiciary or legislature to make a change in this, especially in this regime, it's a lie. Because everything that the top guy says is law. It's not what is in the Kenyan constitution nowadays. It's what the guy says. The guy says, we will do this. That is the law at that point. And it has gotten to a point where now we are seeing guys like Inababo, declaring that the chief of opposition. It's like comedy. It's like, I don't know. I'm so bothered by how governance in Kenya is going on that we're just seated and people are just making jokes. We saw Joho doing some TikTok the other day. Kumbe alikuwa anasensitiziwa ndo akubaliwe na Gen Z. Yet we know the issues that we have. These people have been unable to solve them. If you look at the past 7 elections, and I'm counting the referendums since 2002, we've had the same players. We've had the same people working with each other or against each other. Ruto and Raila, Ruto and Uhuru, Uhuru and Raila, now Ruto and Raila. The question was, do I feel like there's something we can do towards having a better Kenya for not even us now at this point, for our kids or the generations that are coming after us, the generation Alpha and whatnot. I don't believe we have those options anymore because the system is flawed, totally flawed. We can't say we have confidence in a very incompetent judiciary. Obviously, we have no confidence in the Senate. We have no confidence in both houses, actually. Let's just be honest. Those are the same people who, with 47 women reps, decided it's okay to put tax on sanitary pads and diapers. They wanted to tax bread. In fact, I don't know why people are not so annoyed. If you look at Sudan had al-Bashir as their president for a long time. And they just added the price of bread. And a 23-year-old girl is the one who led protests until the guy went down. Unfortunately, where we are right now, if we want something better for the common Wanyanchi, for the Wanjiko, for the Akinyi and everybody else, and for Chelengat and whoever, we have to emancipate from this mentality that we can do this in an orderly fashion. This is just about us just making these people so uncomfortable, they no longer feel it necessary to hold on, to grip to that power that they so much desire. We have to make it so uncomfortable and to make people, once you're uncomfortable, ukikalia kitimoto utaamka. Utaendelea kukaa, ukikalia kitimoto utaamka. Na mwenye atakuja kukalia kiti, they will ask themselves, what really happened to the guy who was here before me? Because I don't know. I mean, Murkomen now is the minister for youth. After all the displays of opulence out there, now he's our minister for the youth affairs. If that's not a middle finger from the president, who's just telling you guys, I don't give a fuck about you. I'm sorry about my language, but that's basically it. There's no need to sugarcoat things. Sisi tumechezea mbuzi guitar. It's time now we show the mbuzi. Okay, now kama utasikia mziki, what do we do next? Because as you said, 2027 is a long way. Mbali sana. We're talking about almost 3 years now. In fact, it's 3 years. The machineries that these people can put in place in 3 years, ID zikose kutoka, registrations sijui ifanye nini, pale kukuwe na spoil votes. You think Ruto will be a one-term president? That's not in his plan. In his first year, he was already trying to extend the presidency to 7 years. So the only way us guys are gonna get whatever we want, and it has nothing to do with UDA, it is about the political class. We have to decide and make them so uncomfortable that this guy has to let go. Kama ni MP wa kwenyu alienda akavote, yes, make him so uncomfortable. If they come for meetings at your place, instead of going around and cheering for the president, don't even listen. Endelea na kazi yako. Don't even gather. Just let them come and talk to themselves, or even gather and walk. Immediately he gets the mic, walk away. Same thing that happened, I believe, last year or the year before that, when Baba went to Meru about the BBI thing. And then Moses Kuria showed up. Suddenly, guys just walked out. And those guys were left there talking to themselves. But once we showed them, ati wakikuja hapa, wakikuja kwa meetings huku kwa vijiji, we start cheering them. We've lost people for nothing. Businesses have lost billions. We are losing tourism. It was all for nothing. Unless we continue to make these people so uncomfortable, they have to let go. That's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kibushi. I would urge the people who come up to the speakers panel, kindly let's mind our language. We understand that it's frustrating, but let's mind our language. Dr. Kasimu.
Okay, if you can get me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, because I was told that my mic had some issues, but I may, if you look at the issues which had been raised by Gen Z, I think most of them the president has decided to brush them aside. Like I was watching the news today, I saw him in Mombasa celebrating. The same day he was in Tharaka today. So now it's like he has just taken the country back to normal. It's now about moving from one place to the other, campaigning, telling people we have formed a government of national unity. But the question is, do we need a government of national unity? Did we ask any such issue? Our main issue was about corruption, putting people who are not capable of working in the cabinet, but none of them has been addressed. What I may wish we Gen Zs and the millennials to do is we work out a clear path of how we can address these issues. And this could be my proposal, you can agree to work on it. There was a circular which is talking of 8th August. We have a mega rally at Uhuru Park. Then we invite the press, then we make a declaration there. Then we make it clear all the issues we want addressed. We make them clear. Then we declare our movement. So we change our Gen Z association to become a movement. Then we move out to fight for our rights. The thing is, we need a clear petition taken to the president about the issues we want. One, we say that we are not going to agree with the cabinet he has appointed. Secondly, we want to find out how the people who are killed, those who are in custody, how they are going to be released. Then we make it clear to the political class, because if you look at the things which are happening here, if you look at a clear history of Kenya, all through, these politicians have been coming together to hit and leave the common mwananchi suffering. You look at what has happened, nobody could have imagined the ODM coming together with the UDA. But the moment there is that, the elite, the young people who are now educated, are a threat to them. They had to come together. Purpose so that they can continue looting from the common mwananchi. But all these people are coming back. There is nothing we are going to gain as Kenyans. And I wish we could have a clear space. I wish the host K24, you could invite me one day for an interview, because there is a lot we need to enlighten Kenyans about. Let's focus on organizing for a mega rally at Uhuru Park on 8th August. Then we make our stand clear, the issues we need addressed. Yesterday, I attended a space which was talking about petitioning about a case which has been filed in the High Court, seeking to know if a president decides to not to follow the Constitution, what is our stand? And one thing we look at Article 257A, that's where we are disadvantaged most. You look at what they say that for us to amend the Constitution, we need 1 million registered voters. But if you look at the people who have been pushing for these changes, most of us are not registered voters. We have only the ID. Why can't this article be changed? That we only need 1 million Kenyan citizens. Was that just a clue? The other one is, why should it be the parliament which should have powers to impeach the president? Those are the issues we need to address with these people. And everybody, when you hear that call for the August 8th rally at Uhuru Park, let us come in numbers. We invite all the media houses. We hold the rally, then we tell the government what we want. Because it's not very clear, the government and the opposition have joined hands. We don't even need the Kalonzo, the Karua, let them stay. Let's come together. We go there, we speak our views for the world to hear. Otherwise, thank you so much, host. I have only that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kasim. Allow me to just go through a few comments that I've seen on the comment section. And I'll begin with at James Miner says, I second Esther. Yeah, Esther was our speaker earlier. He says, young people need structural arrangement. It is high time to change the narrative of being leaderless, faceless, and tribeless, and come up with an organized framework to chart the way forward. And then we have at Jaloka is saying that the Kenyan land is cursed by the spilling of young people's innocent blood. Their blood is crying out for justice, and it will not be well with this country until justice is served. Another one says that, give me 1 second, says that we have at the oppressed, walionewa. He says, we have the power in our hands to make it happen. It is now or never. We can't wait for the elections. Those are just a few comments from the comment sections. Feel free, if you're not able to speak on the space, feel free to leave a comment. And now let us move to the next topic. The next topic is of the police. And through all these protests, we have seen a lot of police presence in heavy police presence, armed, some of them plainclothes in the CBD and other residential areas. So, what do you think the role of police enforcement should be in managing in managing protests rather? And is there a balance that should be struck between maintaining public order and protecting the right to protest? So, let us have your thoughts. We have Luvisia. Please, let me hear you.
Am I the only one who's not hearing Luvisia?
Luvisia, please come again. We still can't hear you, Luvisia. Okay, let's move now to Anthony. Anthony, what do you have to say?
Thank you, K24. Thank you for hosting this space. I actually had something on the previous question, but I'll start with the question you've just asked right now. First of all, my condolences to everyone who has lost a son, a daughter, everyone who has been amputated and injured in any way in this protest to try to get, just for simply trying to get their views out. Now, when it comes to police and how they're handling this issue, there's a space I co-host with Andrew Kibe, and we're actually talking about what you guys are talking about the way forward and everything, but I'll get to that later. You see, when you handle people according to the way they have come to you. There's a way you handle people who are protesting in a violent manner, and there's a way you handle people who are protesting in a peaceful manner. I don't believe when you arrest a person for any reason and you get them inside your lorry, slapping them when they're in there doesn't arrest them again. Now you are simply, you are simply abusing that person. He has already, you've already gotten him. Why the police feel they need again to beat this person down has never made sense to me or to very many other people. Kenyans demonstrating don't have a problem when they get into those trucks. Kenyans have a problem with the way they are manhandled well inside those trucks. I believe there's a way we can find harmony between apprehending a person and still giving them the dignity they have as a human being. And every time I see this kind of brutality, it takes me back to why the Black Lives Matter was formed or was birthed. They were not saying that we are anything else. They were just saying, arrest me, yes, I don't refuse, but do it in a humane way and in a dignified way. Because after all, we work in a country that says I'm innocent until proven guilty. So those things should be upheld up to that end point. That's my point on that. If you just allow me a minute to say what you had asked about the way forward. It's a high time the young people in this country, the Gen Zs, the millennials and the alphas who make the core of these movements realize that change can only come from us. We know the change we want, but for some reason we expect someone else to deliver that change. We have tried the diplomatic way. we have tried the civil rights way by exercising our right to picket. It's the high time now we think of how do we deliver this Kenya, not only for ourselves, but for our parents and for the children we shall bear. We are the future of this country. And that's why going forward, people are talking about, or we are talking about forming, let's call it a political party. I don't know why we are afraid of saying it. That says, when we say we want a movement or a political party that is not affiliated to tribe, that's what we mean, because our children, most of them don't know our mother tongues. When we say we want a country that is devoid of corruption and nepotism, people in this country believe us. They showed us they believe in us on the 25th. They came out for the first time in this country. The middle class was with us when we marched in the streets. We have tried, and I don't want to tell the president how to do his work. I voted for him. I know and he says that when he got there, he knew what to do. Were we given chances to contribute to this Kenya that we want? Yes, we were, but we missed that. Now, if he wants to communicate to us in a political manner, then we have no option but to become a political outfit. If that is the language they understand, then let's communicate to them in the language that they understand. If that means we form a political party, then so be it, we will form one. Because time and again, we've been shown that in this country, for your voice to be heard, you must conform to the word political party. If that is what it will take us to secure the future of this country and for our children, then let's do that. Let's play the game according to the rules the game has set for us. We need not reinvent the wheel. We just need to make our wheel more efficient. And to learn this point, when Kenyans said they want a new cabinet that shows the face of this country, I don't know why always the political class will translate that to a merger of political parties. It has been tried before, not once. It has been tried in this country 4 times, and every time it has not worked. Why we think it will work this time, I'll leave it up to the political class. So let's be, to every young person, to every Gen Z, to every millennial, to every generation that believes in the ideals that we are fighting for. We are simply saying we want a country that works and is governed on the principles written in our constitution that put the Kenyans first and everything else second. If you believe in us, then when we come out and ask you to support and to stand with us, kindly give us that voice so that we can voice that Kenya that you want. So those will be my submission on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Anthony. Let's have Eunice on the same. Eunice?
Hello, good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I wanted to say that the government I think the political class is trying to protect itself. And I think we Gen Zs, it's not all about the people. It's not all about electing one tribe into place. Personally, I'm a Kisi, and I'm not happy about the CS, the nominee CS for education, because they say that man is a rapist. I think they should put people in place, people who understand what we want. And I think we have a role to play by telling our parents what they should do. Because personally, I watched the news 7 o'clock and I saw people from Kindiki's side, they were celebrating that they have given their person. So also as we are failing, and we should tell our parents or people from those side, or if Ruto comes to your region, tuseme amekuja Kisii, utapata kuna watu huko wanasema tunataka tupewe mtu wetu. Najua, so we should tell people to stop going to those barasas kama zenye Ruto ita kama leo venye amekuwa huko kwa kina Kindiki. wako close to stop going to those barasas za our politicians wakikuja. By educating them what you want, it's not all about that tunataka mtu wetu, hata wakipea Wakikuyu wote ama Wakalenjin wote, but people were up to standard. Personally, I was happy when Matiang'i did his work. Tulikuwa tunaona ni kama ni mzaa, alisema gari zote zikuwe yellow na zikakuwa yellow. Hata ulikuwa unampata from nowhere, mkifanya KCSE anapita kwa fence, amefika shule yenu. So we want people who are in place. Kama Temia Michuki walisema Michuki alileta mambo na watu gari matatu hazikuwa zina overload, but saa hii mnabebwa na ukijaribu kusema tupunguza watu wanasema nunua gari yako. You don't have a voice even in matatu, naambiwa songa ama ununue gari yako. So corruption imeenea hata police force. The way we are asking what can we do with the police force, pia corruption imeenea from top. I think it's just musafishe the whole system. Ukipata mtu from the top to the bottom line hadi watchman aone mtu amefanya venye inahitajika, ndio watafuata rules. I think even in the police force unaona hata wanachukua 50 bob adharani. Sometimes ukitravel kwa barabara you see them and you can't do anything. Hata ukirecord they are telling what are you doing. So I think the problem is not even the police force, ni watu. I think it's about the CEOs. If you have serious CEOs in place, things will change. It's changing CEOs of all parastatals in the country, from hizo KPLC nini, all the CEOs, all the heads. Mkikuwa na mdozi mwenye anasema njia inaenda hivi, kila mtu atafanya hivyo. But if the bosses they are corrupt, even the police can't do anything. Personally, hata venye mliona Bungei aongei kitu, Bungei angekuwa na voice aseme stop killing those waandamanaji, then the police will cooperate. The boss isn't speaking, what will this common au police huku chini atafanya? Hata mkimkataza stop throwing stones at us, wanataka wakubwa wao wawaambie ndio waweze kusikia. So I think, and with the change, kusema ukweli venye mmesema, it's going to be hard venye watu wameonesha na damu imemwagika. And let's not stop here. If we stop here it will be a waste of time, because we need now to push more harder and harder. Let's fight for our country, because if we stop at this point it's not going to bring any different and it's going to be more worse. We have been laughing about our neighboring countries, e.g. Uganda wamekaliwa ama nini. That's where we are heading. I think we should keep up with the spirit despite madhara wametuonesha. Yeah, I think that is it. And by educating also our own parents. Hii mambo kama venye nimeona kila watu wa Coast wanasema wanataka mtu wao. Kusema ukweli hata yo mama hakuwa anafanya kazi, but there is that thing tunataka mtu wetu. People who benefit from those people ni watu direct close relative. Personally, even me, I will want to, even my father or anybody, if I see my relative, I will defend her because I know I'll get something. But it's not about that. It's about equality. Hata sio opportunity, tunapigania kila mtu apate kazi. Tunajua kila mtu atapata kazi. But personally, kama venye tuliona ile kazi ya KRA, I am an accountant by profession. I applied, I did the interview. I even called them and asked them where did I go wrong, because I was sure tulikuwa tunafanya hiyo online amplitude test. I got everything. Which criteria did you use to choose these people? And they were like, ilikuwa hivyo. So I think hata wakikunyima kazi, let them make it sure you didn't pass here and there. It's not that kuna mtu nilijua personally hata amefanya mambo na journalism na anachukuliwa na kwa KRA. And personally I've done accounts na unanyimwa kazi. Unapata mtu amefanya course fulani na yuko qualified ako kwa hii situation. How do you expect mtu wa journalism a deal with finance and you expect finance to go right? Or you find someone of finance anafanya hospitali and you expect vitu ziende sawa? Ako kwa hata kwa pharmacy ama nini. Things can't be right. Put professions where they're supposed to be. And I think the mistake we made with this, we should have come with the list of the CSs we wanted. We will have said for education we want so and so, so and so, so and so. For health we wanted so and so, so and so, so and so. So I think that is where we went wrong. Na hapo ndio baba akaijaka akakuja na watu wake. We will have come with the people we wanted to lead us. Watu wenye tumeona wakifanya kazi, mna suggest even names, we will have even had even 50 names. It's not about us. Tungesema tunataka mtu fulani ama mtu fulani. There is where we went wrong and there is where baba hijacked na akaweka watu wake. So I don't know the way forward from here, cause hasa unaona wameshikana na umeona venye Ruto anaenda akienda na hiyo kazi yake ni kwenda from one county to another. calling barazas na kusema tumewapea mtu wenu, kila mtu anapigania mtu wao. Personally, I come from Kitale and Amakisi. Wajapoint anybody from Trans Nzoia County. So it's not about somebody from your county or somebody from your tribe. It's about having qualified professional peoples in place. That is what he didn't get right. Napo, hata watu wote wameweka, they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything personally. I think, I don't know, or we should come up with a new list. Hata say tukienda maandamano, hata say tukiitisha maandamano. I think my father usually say, ukiwa na hasira, sit down, strategize, don't be hungry. I think we should take even 2 weeks break and think of what we should do and come up with a serious thing. So kila Tuesday tufikirie kitu moja serious, we come up, hata kama niyo majina ya CS or who, and so we want asimamia electricity and we go on the streets. Hatutoki, tunakaa huko paka wao watu wapewe hizo kazi. Tunasema fulani ndiye atakuwa mkubwa wa polisi. Kama sio hivyo, sisi tunaishi hapa. Fulani asimamie KRA. Hivyo tukuje na hizo list za some people like 50, tumwambie kwa hao watu 50 choose people from this list. I think that is the way forward, because you know Ruto na venye wameshikana na baba, it's going to be difficult thing for us, and if we don't push it harder, it's going to give us to us harder, and it's like we never did anything na watu washakufa. So giving up at this point, I don't know. That's my point and that is my view. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eunice, for your thoughts. I'd like the initial question was the way the police have been handling protesters in town. We saw on Tuesday there are two protests in the CBD. There was people who are pro the government and they're saying that Kenyans should give President Ruto more time so that he can be able to implement the things that the protesters have been protesting about. And then after that we saw the protesters who are now against the government in the CBD, and the way the police responded to both of them was very, very different. We are not going to lie. So I'd like to hear from Shalom. How do you think the police have been dealing with protesters in and managing protests, and what balance should be struck between maintaining public order and protecting the right to protest?
Thank you so much for that question. I'll start by saying the main mandate of the police is to serve the people, and that is why they're called the police service and not the police force. However, what we have seen is not the case. We have had citizens in areas like Pipeline and Githurai who are in their residential areas. They're not on the streets, they're in their homes, but they're still being oppressed. They're being tear gassed in their balconies and inside their homes. Some are even being pulled out of their homes and being brutalized in the streets. So I think the police have really mismanaged how they handle this protest. In fact, they have gone ahead to be now on the offensive. They are coming into people's houses, abductions, extrajudicial killings, beatings, and such things, and unlawful arrests. So I think the police structure needs to change, because this for me doesn't feel like a service. It's not the police service for me anymore. It seems to be an abuse of power. And what you said about what happened on Tuesday, we had some individuals around, a lot of people. If you saw on the news, about hundreds of people stormed into the CBD, and people were alleging that they are goons. But then the way some of them are carrying placards, as you have said, supporting the government, but how the police handled them versus how they handled not even just the other protesters, but even businessmen in the CBD, it's completely different. Because why is a business person being pulled away from their business and then being brutalized on the street? So I think the whole police service needs to be a shift, a shift in how protests are being managed. Eunice has said that this is coming from the top. So I think wherever it's coming from, I think even you as a police officer, you can see that this is not good. This is not good, because things like police brutality, we have seen masked men in uniform, and no, actually without uniform, coming to people's houses and shooting at people with live bullets on the streets. And this is now what I call police brutality. There's no police service. There's nothing that they're doing, because what I can see is that the police are they simply, at this point, they simply don't care. No, they not only don't care about human rights, but even constitutional rights. Your right to protest, they're completely disregarding it. So if they're not caring about human rights, no constitutional rights, what are they doing? So yeah, that's how I feel about the police handling the protests. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. Let me read a few comments here. Someone say, Jen Boomer's rep says, you guys are doing Kenya proud. All liberations take time, 5 to 10 years or more. You will get economic and good governance divided soon. Bravo. There's someone else who also said that a revolution is not a sprint, it's a marathon, so people should not get tired. Then we also have just give me a minute. Bossville in Bossa says, I would love Ruto to show us the qualifications of the individuals he nominated. I think he's talking about the CSs who've been nominated. And then the oppressed says, we have the power in our hands to make it happen. It's now or never. We can't wait for the elections. And Shalom has mentioned something about freedom of expression, and also this tribeless earlier had said that the government is curtailing the freedom of expression. And we saw yesterday, right? Journalists protested on Wednesday, highlighting issues related to press freedom and journalistic independence. I'd like to know from you, Shalom, first, and then we'll go around the people on the speakers panel. How important is it for a democracy to have a free and independent press, and what challenges are journalists facing in the current climate? Shalom, I'd like to hear from you, especially because you are a journalist as well.
Thank you so much again. For me, I feel like media freedom is, if there's a threat to media freedom, it is a threat to democracy itself, because our job as journalists is to relay information to the people, and if we cannot do that, then what are we doing as a country? Because as a journalist myself, and I've been on the streets a couple of times doing coverage, I've witnessed blatant brutality towards journalists. If it's not smashing of cameras and unlawful arrests, threats and things like that. So as a journalist myself, I feel like seeing the protests that we had yesterday on Wednesday, we raised these issues, and it was so good to see the amount of journalists from around the whole country that came together. It was something beautiful to see. And as I said again, as someone who has been threatened severally by this police, I've even been told that I've printed a false press badge after I've showed my press card to the police. I think, as I said before, if they're not, they don't care about the constitutional rights, because as journalists we have a right to be there and share this information. So there's blatant censorship, and there's blatant disregard for both human life and constitutional rights. So I think the police really need to, as I said before, there needs to be a shift in how the police handle themselves and how they handle this protest. Because if even journalists are being brutalized, then who is left then? So yeah, that's how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts, Shalom. Journalist, your name is literally journalist. Let me hear your thoughts. What's your take on the importance of journalism and the freedom of speech at the moment during this, we would say, revolution stage that we are in as a country?
Okay, thank you so much, K24, for hosting this space. Once I want to say that it's never easy to be a journalist in Kenya, because as you are the eye of the all Kenyans who are watching what's happening. Like what we are facing currently, you see the other day all the TV stations were not showing anything because there's too much pressure coming from the state. The government is trying to protect its own, yes. So if you go outside to cover the protest, sometimes they're going to be confused. Even the police don't know if you're a journalist. They don't care. Because the Kenya we have now is being run with a group of people, a few individuals who has come out
to grab this country. They have taken the country hostage as if the country belonged to them. It's like we are in the olden days when we have the kings makers. You remember the olden days when somebody wanted to become a king, there were few individuals who will go around the table and elect that so and so is going to be the leader. That's what's currently happening in the Kenya. Yes, that's what's happening in Kenya currently. We don't go for election. We do everything for formalities. Yes, election is formalities. Even I think everything in Kenya is just for formalities nowadays. So you find that protest is going on. Police will find you there with your camera. They will take you for granted. They will tell you are not a journalist. You remove your license and the card. They will say it is fake. You are being arrested. And the police brutality is all over. And that's what's happening. So if we can be protected, we are going to bring the coverage. We are going to show Kenyans what's happening on the ground if we are given that chance to do it under our mandate. But currently, there are so many threats coming through our DMs, like we are being targeted. So if that's not going to stop, then I think we don't have a country here because we can't handle that pressure. But what I have to tell Gen Z, everyone who is coming to protest, I know you have all your agendas. You want the president to urge you out. The problem I have with the Gen Z is one. You are coming out. You are telling the president, we don't want this. We don't want so and so to be here. But when now you are given a chance, can you give out who is qualified to lead us in this section? No one, you will only hear them saying, we have like 1 million people who can do such a job. 1 million is not a person. Please, next time, if you want a representative, a good person, I know we have over 1,000, over 1 million qualified personnel in that section. Can we at least draft a list and tell President, in this years of youth and affairs, we don't want to keep Chumba Murkomen. We have such a person who is qualified. You give him at least 100 people. He can choose from that. But if you leave Mr. President alone to choose for you, you all know that Mr. Kipchumba Murkomen was a very close a friend to Mr. Ruto. How do you want him to leave such a person without even rewarding him? He can't do that. He's going to reward him because that man really fought for him to be where he is today. So you can only remove Kipchumba Murkomen from that place if you give Mr. President alternative selection. But you never did that. You leave him hanging. Then Raila what? Raila take the opportunity and is now there with ECS from all part of Kenya. Now you want to minimize the Maandamano from Kisumu part, from Mombasa part, and also from where? From Homa Bay part. So that's where we went wrong. That's where the rain started beating us very, very hard. So please, next time, if you are going to have the agenda and our view, please let us table what we have, something tangible for our voice to be heard. And as for journalists, please take good care of yourself. It's never easy to be outside here with camera, also recording and covering Kenyans. Thank you so much, K24.
Thank you so much, journalist. Let's hear from David Miner. Mania, your hand has been up for a minute. Good evening.
Yes, good evening too. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, you can.
So I think about journalism, the government is trying to attack the journalists because the journalists are doing the right thing, which is covering the protest, which is their job. So there's no time if I'm the government and we're doing wrong things, we're killing kids and all that, we'll just allow you to cover everything. I think that's something we understand. But then I think what leverage the government has to the journal, the media houses is the advertising, the government advertising. But if media houses can elevate themselves beyond that, create revenue streams, create methods of income beyond depending on maybe advertising from government or what, and their platforms, there's YouTube, all that, then next time, if a media house is in a place where it can sustain itself with and without government support, then that will curtail the problem. But then again, let's talk about the police. And I'd say the government in its entirety is something that is sponsored by the people. Each and every day, we put revenues in the pockets of the government. And the best approach, according to me, Why not, instead of even just going to the road and giving the police a chance to attack you, why can't we go after mechanisms that choke the revenues of government? One would be, for instance, let's talk about Safaricom, maybe boycotting Safaricom. Let's talk about e-citizen, maybe boycotting e-citizen. Things like Kenya Power, we cannot decide on a certain week we lose half our power, and on the other side they'll notice that revenue has gone down. Another thing would be like, the people who have cars, let's not use our cars for a week. Nobody is buying fuel for a week. You understand? Things like that will go after the government, really go after it and bother them enough, like a speaker has said, to really look at this problem and try to solve it in an honest way. Another thing, there's no time and there's nowhere in the world where someone who is trying to rule autocratically will behave in a way that is, beneficial to the people. Like, even like you have said, in neighboring countries, autocratic leaders will always do that same thing, be the way they are, they'll come down on dissent, things like that. But there is a way, as I'm saying, that we can fight as Gen Zs beyond going to the roads, beyond showing our support on the roads. And there was a time like Sudan, there was a massacre there, and everybody just put their profile pics. It was one picture, and you could just enter social media and just find this one black picture on everybody's. And through things like that, they created awareness without endangering their personal safety. And I would say the same thing can happen. Now we have X Spaces, we have Twitter, we have Instagram. Why not create a graphic or something that you can put through all these platforms, so that when everybody around the world is looking at it, they'll see this one thing, and that will create an awareness and also more support. As I've said, the only way to go against this government is not through the roads. Let's go after their revenues. Like for instance, even like parents, if they said, we're not taking our kids to school for another 1 month, the government will notice that. The international community will notice that, you know. But then if it's just about the roads, then it can't happen. Another thing would be like foreign exchange. The government does a lot of foreign exchange. We can find ways to probably hike the dollar against the Kenya shilling. And through things like that, we kind of bring it to the government's pocket, and they really feel it enough to want to. But then if we just go to the roads, then we are outgunned. We don't have guns. We're not allowed to have guns. But the police have the authority to own guns. They have the authority to go against protesters. And they will say, these protesters were throwing stones, they were violent, and at the end of the day, somebody has already died. And I must say my condolences to everybody that has lost their lives. But then there are many other ways we can go against the government and have our voices heard beyond just going to the roads. Although going to the roads is good and it's sometimes effective, there are better, more effective ways. And I think that is my view.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. Let's hear from George. George.
Hello.
George.
I think it is me. How are you? I'm going to be very brief, mostly on the police handling this issue of Mandamano in totality. Police is an one-sided people, and they have been harassing the peaceful people who are doing the Mandamano peacefully for their right. To me, it seems also because the MPs are panicked and they think they also have influence on these people. Sometimes I think, to me, they are also have the hand of how to handle us in the street. The recent, when these borders came to town, to be sure, Kenyatta Avenue and Kimati, that junction, the police escorted these people, the border who are supporting the government. And when the Gen Zs from the other side came, they were tear gassed. That one was not okay at all, at all, at all. We are living in in one country in two different locations. In short, another thing which I'm going to say very shortly is that it is very hard for us, and it is very painful for us to fight for someone to gain. You are fighting and you are gaining nothing. Somebody has not fought is gaining something. My plea to our members here is that whenever things happen, we must have people. We must have people. It is not me, it is someone in our side who is qualified. Like for example, they are going to vet these people of IBC. We need to have some of our people there in the representatives. They have to ask these people. We have to this panel. We know these people more than those the one who are going to question these people. You see, so we have more information than them. Those people are going to paka mafuta kwa hao watu, but Gen Zs have the reality of these people they are going to vet. Why don't we just be insisting that if none of our members is not there, we are not going to agree with those panels. You see? So each and every section we need to be somewhere. They will hear what we want. Because when we are talking here, we have no representatives, we will be bullied, and there's nothing we are going to do. We have to tell these people this is our agenda. Like anything, like nominations of anything, we need to vet these people. Like going to the parliament, these people are going to be vetted in the next week. The timetable is out. We need, at least we would have two people. It is not a matter of me, it is not a matter of someone else. It is one of us or two of us. We know these people, we've been in these spaces every now and again. We have qualified people here to be in those questions. At least we know these people. I'm 100% sure. Watu wenye wako pale wanaenda kupaka mafuta. We are going to get wrong people. We are going to be mismanaged completely. Number 3, we are not happy the way government is using or is managing the freedom of the press. We people, we are 100% reliant to the press, and kama kila kitu is black out, we know nothing. Unafika mahali hakuna kitu unajua, unafika mahali you are mismanaged, umefungwa, umepigwa, kwa sababu government oppress freedom of the press. So we are turning like some countries where the press has no freedom. These are the things we need to shout out. This government alikuwa amepanic, we give in, and now they are going to mismanage us if they are not going to push for this selection panels, one of us or two. If they need 100 people, it's up to them. We are going to insist we need to give you 2 people whom we know, plus press. Press is our eyes outside there. Ikifungwa, we are doomed. Ikifungwa, we are doomed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Let us have now at Sir Alex, please.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I hope you're hearing me. Yeah,
Yes.
so I'll go first on the freedom of press, and I think it's a 50-50 issue. On one hand, we as the journalists have failed. On the other hand, the government is doing its best to gag us down. So I think one mess that we should clean up in the media houses is tokenism. You find out when politicians are come for interviews to our stations, or when they want their stories done, we are there running for to them to give us money. And that's one thing that they've always maneuvered with, because they know if I give this they know that truth be told, in this world everyone has a price. So if you make your price as low as possible, the politicians will always use us. And it's something that we've allowed ourselves to be used. I, as a journalist, and talking on behalf of all the journalists in the country and across the world, journalists have allowed themselves to be used by the political class to some extent. You'll read some stories in the papers, and you'll just, if you are wise enough, you'll see that this story is paid for. You'll see some stories in the news, and you're like, this story is paid for. So if as journalists we uphold our integrity and decide to report things as they are and serve the normal citizen, because that is what we should be doing. We should be reporting things as they are because we are the eye of the society. Whether it's good for the government or it's bad for the government, just report it as it is. Don't just use your platform or your position to get money from someone. Number two, on the government side, uh, if you watch today's if you watch your televisions today, there was nothing about whatever was going in town. Actually, we were seeing on the internet, and people were like, today there was something happening in town, and we never saw it on TV. So yeah, the government is doing all it can to gag the media, and it's something that is so sad because when the media is gagged down, trust you me, they'll do more harm than we have seen right now. Because if they were able to shoot people live on camera, just imagine what they would do when there are no cameras at all in the streets. Uh, there's this report going around. There was some media executives that met the president at State House, and they were told that they should tone down on broadcasting the protest and whatnot. But at the end of the day, I'll want to urge all journalists, before you became a journalist, before you went to that class to study journalism or media or communication, you were first a Kenyan. So at the end of the day, your first allegiance should be to the country, to the state of Kenya. That is the first thing that you should protect before protecting yourself as a journalist. Because at the end of the day, what happens if Kenya becomes unbearable or unlivable? How will you be able to cover your stories? How will you be able to be a journalist in Kenya if the living conditions or the working conditions in Kenya are not bearable for you? So yeah, we should first of all protect the country, and this protecting the country will come with reporting things as they are. So if you're a journalist and you're approached by any politician, first of all, I think we should not give these people airtime, and especially if you've watched the reactions after this second batch of cabinet has been announced, and you could just hear how people are so ignorant and how people are just naive, how people are just primitive, saying mtu wetu mtu wetu. I think as a journalist, if you come across such people, it's high time you just don't give them the platform. I think we should play our role as the journalists in a manner that we just don't encourage people who are bringing ignorance in the society. As much as we want to give everyone a platform, and as much as we want to give everyone a chance to speak in the mic or on the camera, I think it's high time we also listen to what someone has to say. Listen to the intelligence of that person. I can't imagine someone on TV 2 weeks ago was saying that a certain minister, they are happy that a certain minister has been fired. Then the same minister is reinstated this week, and they are like, we thank the president for bringing back this person because they have worked. And you're like, why is the media we giving why is the media we giving such people platform? Why is the media we giving people who are just get bringing down the country and taking the country backwards? Because at the end of the day, I've said you were a Kenyan before you became a journalist. I think it's high time we just check on people we are giving platforms. And on the government side of gagging us down, I don't know what we can do as journalists right now. But whatever happened yesterday was a good sign. All the journalists that came out to fight for their rights, a big salute to you, because at the end of the day, we just have to fight for ourselves. The government will never fight for us. The government will never the government will just find ways to use us, and they'll never find ways to empower us. You can see even the people that are supposed to fight for us, the MCK, are sending us letters left, right, and center, telling us, oh, you should stop doing this, you should stop doing this. And trust you me, that's total crap. Because at the end of the day, what's the role of the media if you wonder? MCK knows the role of the media. So why is it sending letters left, right, and center? I think every journalist is aware of the media ethics, and no one can report something that will bring the country down. Because at the end of the day, I want the country to be better. But now the government is trying to portray that animosity that the media is trying to instigate protest. It's then the media is being is used as a catalyst to bring violence in the country, and that's not true. That's not true. Because I think as a person, if you are wise and as a journalist, why would you ban your country? You can't. But now the government is trying to use that. The government currently is using divisive tactics to just make sure everything that is happening right now has calmed down, and that is why you can see they've used the tribal card, they've used the media card, and now they are using they are using the Mtuetu card, and I think if we planned the protests yesterday and they were successful as media, I think this is something that we can do again and again. And a suggestion: the next time as media we want to protest, I think we can organize a round table broadcast at either outside Nation Center or somewhere in town, and we can get to hear the views of each and every journalist who is present, or the people who are given the opportunity, and also we can hear from the mwananchi, because at this rate we really need to fight for ourselves on police brutality. Hii ndakuwa very brief. Everyone here has a member or a friend that is in the police force. Kindly just go and educate your brothers, sisters, and friends. Just educate them on how to handle people, because those guys, I don't think they know what they are doing. And what can be done to change the police force? It's high time the police, to get in the police service, you have to go to school as people go to university. If you're really passionate about becoming a police officer, pay for the school fees of being a police officer, pay the fees of being educated on civic handling, on the law, because I don't think you can enforce the law with a training of 6 months, whereas a lawyer goes to class for around 7 years. Again, it doesn't make sense. And the people saying that Gen Z, we should have fronted our people, that's also something that doesn't make sense. We don't want about, hatutaki ifike place tunaambua niliwapatia mtu wenu na haja perform, amwezi niambia kitu. All we want is good governance, and the president told us that he has the capability to become a president. We should not help him do his work. We are just trying to tell him this is not right, to do this right, and if he has the capability, he can do what's right. If he doesn't, he should step down. Simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Alex. Let's have the Kikombe.
Thank you, Priscilla. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. To my dear Kenyans, I want to say that, listen, there is somebody out there who has lost a workmate. There's somebody who's lost a friend. There's somebody who's lost a father, a mother, a husband. There's somebody who's lost a brother or a sister. And I want to say that it shouldn't have happened. My heart goes out to you all. I am sad, and as a father, it pains me. It hurts. I cannot explain how much pain I have in me to see that it's 2024 and we are losing people in this manner. So if you know somebody that has lost their life, my heart goes out to you. I have 2 daughters. Moja anaitwa Zawadi, mwingine anaitwa Imani. Zawadi is 10 years old and Imani is 8. And I want a better future for them. And I want them to not go out in the street and fight for the same thing that we are fighting for today. And so we need to find sustainable solutions. We need to find long-term solutions. I will begin with the police because I think that this is an important issue, because the police are an important part of the social contract that tuko nayo kama sisi wa Kenya. We know the social contract that people live together in society based on moral and political rules and behavior. But I like to start from this point. In a protest, there are three types of people. Kuna protesters, kuna looters, na kuna goons, wanye mnaita rioters. All these three are fighting a similar cause, whether you like it or not. The protesters wanataka accountability. They want a better thing for themselves. Kuna hizo maplacards nini. They want their voices heard. Kuna looters wamekuja kuiba. Because ile kitu ndogo yenye wanayo, they think that that's what's going to make them through the day. And then they're goons. Wenye wamepatiwa shilingi 5, na wako na hizo motorbike zao, wamebeba mikwaju nini, and they're going to fight. And this is the problem, and I think this is time that I call out the Fourth Estate, K24 TV, watu wote media. We focus so much on the goons and the looters, and we forget about the reason why the protest started. Minambianga watu, every single day, the strength of the crocodile is in the water. We are very strong where we began. Tulianza hii kitu with a very simple message. We want accountability. Even the goon out in the street, kama kungekuwa na accountability, angepatiwa hiyo shilingi 2,200, whatever amount of money they were given. Even that looter, mwenye ameenda kuiba simu ya mtu, if he had something to do, they wouldn't have left their job. Hakuna mtu toka nyumbani kwao anasema ni aje, leo ni siku poa, acha niende niibe simu ya mtu. It's because the system has made it difficult for them. Now, kuna mtu alikuwa amesema the police is a service. Shalom. I agree with you. The police, wali rebrand wakajita a service. They are a service. And if you look at our website, and this is why wase, we need to focus on why we started and where we started. We started on X. X akunanga kujifanya Buddha. When you look at the police website, you will think you're looking at the best website in the world. Because when you look at their vision, the vision inasema sijui to be world-class service. Buddha niambie ni kama zile vitu mliona pipeline ni world-class. Absolutely none. To be people-friendly service to everybody. Niambie kama zile vitu mnaonanga tao ni people friendly. Absolutely none. To be professional. I don't even know how I can begin to explain professional. But this is where I come to it. The social contract in Kenya is broken. The social contract in Kenya is broken, where the person who is supposed to implement the social contract, the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, they are killing our young people. Buddha, watu wote wamefariki, protest ni watu young. Hakuna mtu ati wazee wamededi Buddha. The young people that are dying. And why are we blaming the looters and the rioters when all we want is accountability? And mimi nasema, Buddha, if people want to riot, let them riot. If the economy was okay, wacheni niwaambie ukweli, if the economy was okay, we would not be in the streets. So it's the economy. And the economy is this way because the social contract is broken. Tumekuwa tukichezewa hii game kutoka 1950s, and we need to wake up. And we have woken up. And yes, we've showed them that people can risk their lives. People are risking their lives. But wamenza kutucheza mafala. And listen, people, until we have an overhaul on the manner in which we elect our leaders, we are planting rocks, hoping that they will be bearing maize. Hii maize tengeneza nao ugali, tupike igeuke sijui nyama ikwe vitamins. We need to make it very difficult to become a police officer. Venye tu nani alisema, Sir Alex. We need to make it very difficult to become a police officer so that you understand what it takes. Like, in my opinion, it should be just as difficult to be a police officer as it is to be a doctor or pilot. Buddha police officer ana protect billions. Sijui kama tu mnaelewa 1 billion ni pesa ngapi. Nikikupatia 1 billion sahi nikwambie niaje. Today I want you to spend 50,000 Kenyan shillings every single day. Do you know how long it would take you to finish 1 billion? 50,000. Si ati siku moja utatumia 49k, 50,000. It would take you 54 years to get to 1 billion. Buddha to lose 2 billion in a day. That's 100 years and 8. It would take one person since the day they were born, every single day, spending 50,000 Kenyan shillings. When is the last time you spent 50,000 Kenyan shillings in one day? And this is where we need to wake up. We need to wake up. Again, mini baba na watoto wawili, Zawadi na Imani. Zawadi yako 10, Imani yako 8. Zawadi will soon get to 18 years old. Atapewa ID. And the very day she gets an ID, she is deemed to be able to vote. But when she goes to vote atambua, enda uregister upatiwe kadi ingine to prove that you can vote. So what is the use of the ID? These are colonial ways that we need to walk away from. Buddha, hizi shida ziko kwa nomination ya candidates wetu. And I want to say it very, very clearly. Kuna msee alisema, oh, young people, you're the ones who didn't vote. Who were our biggest candidates? It was Raila and Ruto. Boys, it says very well. I'm sorry, I've said boys. Kenyans, it says very well that character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it forever. Ruto na Raila wametuonesha nini saizi? These are our two chances. Despite who you voted, you were going to be swimming in human waste, animal waste. And this is where the problem is. And this is where we need to change it. We have the power to change it. The strength of a crocodile is in the water. We are very strong where we began. We began on this platform. I'm calling you out, K24. Before these protests, you were not holding these barazas. There's a reason why you have come here to talk to people. If there's anybody who is listening to me now, please send a message to Kashmir. I know I will not be popular because I'm saying this. I have seen this play over and over and over again. That when there's a course like this, there's always one person who is invited to the stations to go and give an interview. Buddha, Kashmir, toka hapo. Let them come here. Let them listen. Just the same way K24 is listening today. Let them listen to you. They know what they want. They know what you want. They know what we want. We want accountability. We have never changed our message. And this is a final message to Fourth Estate. We will keep you in check. We will keep you in check. You equally want a better country, just like us. You equally want the absolute best for Kenya. So you need to start calling a spade a spade. So when the president lies, say it's a lie. When a politician lies, say it's a lie. When a politician cannot account for money, don't say a ministry cannot account for money. Say this politician cannot account for money. So we can go visit them. So we can go check on them. Buddha, there's a reason why X ikona 280 characters. Acheni kutupatia hizi story mob. The presidential speech the other day could have easily been... I'm sorry,
Wrap
Priscilla,
up.
go on.
Yes, wrap up, and then so that you can give the rest a chance to speak.
Okay. So if I have to wrap up, listen, we need to focus. We lost our lives. We did not lose our lives so that we can start forming political parties. Focus. We lost our lives so we want to be accountable. This is why the struggle is a win. The struggle is a win because things are moving, because conversations are changing, because the government is changing the way it's reacting and interacting with us. Conversations are shifting everywhere we are. We have been brave enough to point out to the lion that their breath stinks, and we should not bend to the pressure of the 70s and 80s, where we have to go and form a political party. Before that political party is formed, Wase, let systems be in place. Let those people that we have put power in, the president has a job, politicians, the legislature has a job. Tuwapatie kazi na tuwafinye. Before we form a political party, let people be taken to court. Otherwise, our young people that will form political parties and go and take leadership positions will be compensated. I stand to be corrected, but I've seen this story before. Orengo, Raila, Martha Karua, Kiraitu Muringu, awase wote walikuwa activists. They were very articulate. Look at where they are now. Nimemaliza. Thank you for the platform.
Thank you so much, the Kikombe. And I'd like to correct you. We do these spaces every Thursday. So let's hear Mkenya Halisi, then George, then Josephine, alafu tumalizie na Sir Alex. Mkenya Halisi?
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for this opportunity to speak here. Thank you, K24. First of all, I think we have had a country and a government which has not been working for us as citizens, but working for the few leaders on top. Why am I saying so? It is because what I have seen just of late, what has happened with the president, after appointing the new members of the cabinet, he has now he has begun using them as an entry point to different parts of the country, starting from the Kindiki's place. And he's going there to tell the people of Tharaka Nithi that we have come, and now here is your son. I've given him a position. So I wonder, personally, I come from Western. We have been given a ministerial position, for instance. How is that minister going to impact in my life as a person so that I can go to the road and start celebrating? And therefore, what Gen Zs were trying to say is that when these politicians come together, the only thing that happens is to maintain the sitting president on power and to benefit their allies and even their friends and even their families. But it is not for us as Kenyans. And therefore, the way forward for us as Gen Zs, it is not to move backwards. We have so many people who can strategize for us. We have people who have gone to school here. We see how do we sell a narrative to our members of the society, especially those who are up country, that when someone has been given a position, it doesn't mean that it is us who are going to benefit. It simply means they have gone to work for Kenya. This guy has been given a position for the whole country. So how is he going to benefit us as a country? And if that is not the case, then we should also find a way on how to fight it back to find that our country is moving in the right direction. Otherwise, maintaining the status quo the way it is going to be very impossible for us to move forward as a country. I was just thinking yesterday that when you elect a president, for instance, this president is supposed to go for 5 years. Remember, he will fight his way through rigging, through whatever means, to secure a second term. And therefore, this means that this president has to go 10 years. If this president is not the right one for us, if he reaches in status and begins to work with his friends and whatever, then this means that if you are 40 years, you'll wait until you are 50 years for you now to also get an opportunity to elect somebody who can work for you. Should you get it wrong or things go south to an extent that you are not able to also get it right again, it's another 10 years. If you had a child uh, with the first president, it means that this child will be 20 years. Now they're supposed to be headed to getting a job. And therefore, that's why it is making the whole country, people are mad at the government. And even I was in another platform. No one is ready to relent until we get it right as the young people, especially the educated ones. So maybe just a call for all of us who are here and maybe those who are away, that if it is possible, we could find a way on how to get it right, especially on our leadership as a country. Personally, I am a teacher. When I go to class to teach my students, I sometimes find it so hard to motivate learners on what they should become because I am not sure about tomorrow, given that we are going to fund the wife of the president, the wife of the deputy president, and maybe the president going out every week. Every week they can go like 3, 4 times. And yet we don't have teachers in classes. We don't have doctors in our hospitals, and so on and so forth. So the motivation factor of a child to go to school is going also to get lost. And again, now we are going to raise a generation whereby they don't know what is the plight of their lives. So I think the best way, and I think there's a speaker here who spoke so well. He said the media, when a politician has been appointed to go to an office, and then he goes to pay a few border guys. They come running all over the town, and then we go to give them an audience. We are glorifying impunity. How I wish if our media, they could blacklist such kind of events and begin now highlighting the things that are going to help us as a country to move forward. Because when we keep on again doing the same, I saw in Homa Bay they showed us. I saw in Tarakani they have done the same. I saw when Esther Wahome was appointed. But you see, we had demonstrations today in town. Those guys, they were crying. We have people who are 6 feet under, and there's nobody who's talking about them. And yet there was no media there to also maybe to air and show us what is happening. So I think we are getting it wrong as a country. And I think these Gen Zs are right, personally being one of them. And I would wish that we shape the future of our country. And to end what my submission, the people who have fought for this country, starting with the Dedan Kimanthi, they were young people. The people who have been fighting for the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, they are the young people and the ones who died, including those who are at a very young stage, 2 years old, they have always died. And therefore, this time around, we have also lost even more. There's no part of this history of this country whereby we lost all the older generation because of the struggle for our nation. I think we need to just re-strategize and keep on pushing until we get it right with the governance of this country. Once we get it right that way, and then we do away with this narrative of when your person has been given a position, it is when now maybe you gain as a community. That narrative, it has to get out by all standards, by all means. This issue saying when we elect our president of our community, we are going to benefit. We have evidence from our sisters and brothers from the central. They are the people they are suffering just like all of us. When they go to the shops, they buy unga at 300 like just all of us. And therefore, I don't see the benefit of somebody saying, these are our person, so we should now back off and maybe wait to see and give him time to do what they're supposed to do when we know they're doing the wrong thing. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I would call for all of us to keep on pushing this agenda. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mkenya Halisi. For the three guys who are supposed to be speaking next, kindly keep your comments as short as possible. So let's have George, then Josephine, alafu tumalizie na Alex. George. Okay, great. Josephine? Oh,
Thank you for
Joseph.
this opportunity. Thank you, K24, for this opportunity. Actually, I would like to congratulate the media for the good job that it does to our country, informing us and keeping us updated with our current affairs of what is happening in the country. Actually, sorry for using this example. When it goes to police brutality, you can, if you go to YouTube and watch case files for KTN, way back in 2007, 2008, it had done a very good story of how police brutality had killed two protesters. A certain police officer had killed two protesters way back in Kisumu. And actually, it is the media that helped the family of those victims to identify that police officer who had shot those two victims and kicked their dead bodies. You can see how merciless that guy was, how heartless he was, or inhumane he was. Actually, you even lack words to explain him, the actions that he did. And it is the media that really put a very good case and even supported the pushing for, what do you call it, prosecution of that officer by giving them the videos, what they had captured on camera. But anyway, the case was thrown out because of technicality issues by a certain judge. We don't want to dwell so much on that. But if you look at that, you see the media, it's a very important tool in our society. We cannot afford to have a media that is biased or that lacks credibility or that does not give real-time events on what is happening to the current affairs, because that is what may come to help us to identify some of these victims. Certainly, you find that police are covering their faces when they are attending to these demos. Why is it that? Why are you hiding your face if you are doing the right thing? Yeah, it's so unfortunate that we are heading there, and it's also unfortunate that we are putting our country we are putting our country like some states like for sorry to use Russia, where you find media is controlled by the state. It is the state that gives what do you call it, a go ahead of what we are going to air and what not. Do you want our country to be there? Yeah. Also, so when I go to this case of Gen Zs, also, and I'm also one, is that we are trying to push for reforms. We want change in our country, and systems must work. What we are saying that if you are certain corrupt, if you are being mentioned by a corrupt case, or you are dealing with corrupt dealings, you have been mentioned somewhere. Why don't you take a very broad step and step out in the step aside to allow investigations to take place? But what do you see from our political class? Like even the president, when he was on X, those were the questions that we asked him, even though he said that he called for an X, which we didn't attend. I personally attended. Actually, even I wanted to ask some of the questions. Because when you say that I cannot, someone has been mentioned by, he has a corrupt, like the fake fertilizer. Then you say there are cases there are cases in court. I cannot interfere with that. But the minister is still working in the same government. So how do we explain that? And knowing very well when you are in that position, even you on a personal level, when you are holding a certain position that is, and you know people are investigating you, you are going to use all means. You are going to use all means to hide evidence and to erase evidence. But the president told us, okay, I cannot do like what Uhuru Kenyatta did. We had to fire some certain ministers. Later they were confirmed clean. We had to reappoint. So what is that? Yet the country is losing billions, billions and billions. Now there was a case that he had said that even he has heard about the first lady and the second lady. Today the issue has gone back to parliament. They have said that we cannot withdraw those budgets simply because there are staff working for those people and we are going to have litigation crisis. Now, do we continue losing money because of some offices that are not supposed to be there constitutionally? Then we say we won't change. On that other issue about mtu wetu, it is so unfortunate that even here some certain governors ati kama Mount Kenya hatutapewa sijui 8 positions, we are not going to. Sasa how is it going to help? Yeah, is Mount Kenya the only are they the only voters in this country? Because we have voters we have other Kenyans from Wajir, Moyare, who also want services from the government. And what we are asking is credibility and good governance. There is no way we can continue to tunasema mtu wetu. Then this is the what we are happening, that they go there, they blunder, they squander our hard-earned taxes, what we are trying to push on the government. And like this issue of now the free education, we have bursaries left, right, center. The president has his own bursary, the MCAs, governors, MPs, a whole bucket of almost 70 billion people have for bursaries. Then when you say we consolidate all these funds, the other day the president was saying it is a bit difficult to do that. So it is better we be operating in an opaque format, that we are, as we continue with what we are having, that we cannot even audit it. Like you cannot say whom did you give bursary, did you give bursary to? Because if the governor is giving bursary, the MP is giving bursary, MCA is giving bursary, women rep is giving bursary. Yeah, deputy governor has his own kit for bursaries. Kwani hawa watoto wote, na we cannot even account for them. When you go back to the village, you hear, when you start asking, what did you get? Or those who are required to get the bursaries, the beneficiaries, they were given 1,000, others 2,000. What can we do with the 2,000? But when you say let's consolidate these funds and do a very special, we develop a special kit for free education, no one wants to hear about that. No one wants to discuss about that. But we better continue operating in the opaque manner. When you go for some ministers and parastatals, they cannot even explain the money what they collect within a year or within a month. Like our port, it has no audited reports that we can account for this. The port, this is the revenue that it brings in a year. Yeah, it's so difficult. The other day you found even the Gen Zs who tend to storm JKIA because of some dealings that are very opaque. They are not transparent. And I think this is the right time that the government, we need to continue pushing the government for transparency. What is happening? Because if you see even those people that have been mentioned as the CSs, some of them have been mentioned with the corrupt cases in the previous counties they used to handle. But today, they have been appointed as CS. Tomorrow we expect the same parliament that has said that we cannot put away the budget for the first lady and second lady to clean those guys. And knowing even the previous lady had failed us. Yeah. Then we expect them tomorrow they will be angels. They are going to mention that they are going to remove those names as they have been mentioned. The president right now has started campaign mode. And it is only 2 years, imagine, since we voted for this guy. Only 2 years. And we have started campaign. Roaming from one county to another. That nimepea mtu wenu kazi. Nimepea mtu wenu kazi. Then as citizens, youth, sijui wengine nimesikia wameripwa. Then I wonder, we have a very long way to go. If at this time that we are trying to push for reforms, there are people out there who are collecting 200, because I don't think these guys are even paid a lot of money. Yeah, they are paid like 200, 300 to go to those meetings and start making noise. Then tutapata change lini? Yeah, some of us are young fathers.
George,
Yeah,
I'd like to cut you short so that we can wrap up. So wrap up so that we can have Alex speak and then
okay.
finish.
Sorry. I would. What are we are actually pushing for this country, and I would request everyone and anyone in this platform, let's continue pushing for more reforms, pushing and also educating, civil education to our parents back in the village, because I think they're also in the dark, and some even they are okay with what is happening, but many people are suffering. But if we are okay with the status quo, if we are okay with the opaque that is in the government, I think we are not heading to the right direction. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, George, for your thoughts. Finally, sir. Sorry, Josie.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes, we can. Keep
Thank you
your
so much.
comments as short as possible, please.
I will make them short kindly. Thank you very much, K24 and the fellow Kenyans. I want to say good evening, and I want to give my deepest condolences with the families who have lost their loved ones, and also my empathy to the people who are still in the hospitals, who are admitted and are still undertaking medication. Let's remember them in our prayers so that they recover quickly. Now, I want to come direct with the issue of we have talked about the security officers, that is the disciplined forces. And the one thing I keep on saying is that they are our brothers, they are our sisters, they are our daddies, our uncles, and they come from families. And we can talk to them, we can guide them. However, I would want to call upon the civil societies to at least partner with them when they have their trainings. You go there and train them about how to be humanity, to have humanity in them, on how to treat people well. Because when people are not violent, then you don't need to treat them with brutality. Why am I saying this? Personally, I am passionate on how we are supposed to treat the police officers, because sometimes people also do not see, sometimes when they also fall, they fall on the wrong side of us, what we do to them. Neither do we do the right thing. We also do the wrong thing, because we've seen them also being beaten very badly. And you remember that particular person whom we are actually offloading our pain onto them is only one person, while the rest have already run away. So what am I saying? I'm saying, can we take responsibility to empower one another? Also invite them in these platforms. Once we invite the commanders in these platforms and they join us, they will start understanding, and they will also give opportunities for police officers and the people who are under them also to understand the importance of actually the reforms and the importance of protecting the citizens, not harming them, and also not working under command, which it might mean bad to them. The other thing I would want to call upon is the media. I want to appreciate the great job that you do, and you are a very crucial and important body in this country. You are the mirror of the society. You are the unveiler of what is veiled. And we would request, like we've been hearing, we have 400 intercessors in the State House. These are things that we would request you make a follow-up and communicate to the citizens of Kenya, inform them what is really happening, what is hidden, which is unconstitutional, to help us to push and get it out of that place. Reason being, I don't understand why people should be hired to be kept in the State House to pray while we should be praying in the churches. That's very wrong. And to make the matters worse, they are being paid with the taxpayers' money, and constitutionally, I don't agree with that. So we are calling upon the media. You do a proper scrutiny on what is really happening in these areas. Also, I would want to say, apparently the president has just shown his mood of being in political, actually, to begin politics immediately. And this is because he's really shaken, and he doesn't believe that he is leaving the leadership in the country. And for that reason, I've been surprised seeing a clip right now. Is in Mombasa making noise, telling the people of Mombasa that he has given us Joe who has not paid our remittance since 2013 up to 2022 of NSSF of NHIF, KRA, insurances, loans. We cannot talk about the trash, all this trash. And he's here telling us that, you see, I have come in I have come and I've appointed your man to work with me because he's the king of this area. Are these the type of leaders we really need? No. And we also don't need recycled leaders. Honestly, we do not need them. We need to see the young people being championed, and also the media, we request you, call majority of the young people, have an audience with them, give them platform, let them be heard. Even outside, let people know we have educated people and the people who understand how the country can be run. Not necessarily the old people who we've been fighting, we found in power, and they are still in power. We can also tell them the better way of running the country right now, and how is it's supposed to be run in the digital era, because they seem not to understand that things are changing every now and then, and we need to champion that. It's my prayer that all of us, we come together, as Mr. Anthony earlier said, so that we can come up with a party of Kenya tunayoitaka, a country that you want to see. Like me personally, I would want to see a country whereby natembea kwa ofisi ya serikali and I'm treated like a king. Ninahudumiwa vizuri na utaratibu na heshima yote bila kuombwa chai, and I walk out and go home comfortably. That's the office I want to see. I want to see a government whereby essential documents are produced within less than a week, and you have all your essential documents without having to pay anybody, without having to give anybody tea, without having to corrupt anybody. I walk to an hospital, I get services with integrity and respect, and all my privacy given accordingly. That's the country I want to see. That's the country I want to live in, and I'm so grateful for giving me this opportunity. So thank you so much. Let's join hands together and join in the Telegram Kenya ni Itakayo, so that we can come up with a greater group whereby we can develop our country and take our country where we want to be. Thank you so much, and God bless us. God bless Kenya. Have a good night.
Thank you so much, Josephine. Finally, Sir Alex.
Okay, thank you. I'll just be brief. I hope mnanisikia. So I want to first nilikuwa nimesahau kidogo. RIP to all the fallen soldiers and to everyone that is in the hospital. Speedy recovery. Mine is just to tell you that, guys, we've done this for 6 weeks and it has been successful. You've seen some actions, hata kama si zile tulikuwa tuna expect, but you've seen that the rats have come together to gang against the cat. But at the end of the day, there's no way the rat can beat the cat. So I just want to urge you, manze, anywhere you are, don't relent, keep pushing, finya tu mahali uko, finya tu kabisa. Number 2, kama hasira yako imepungua, I want you to remember that today the MPs declined to cut the budget of the offices of the first ladies, with saying that if the budget is cut, there'll be consequences like people being laid off, nini blah blah blah. We didn't elect the first ladies. We didn't elect those people to office. So guys, bado tunabeba ufala. So we jua tu mahali huko, manze, hawa si wanatubeba ufala. They're just using some tricks to calm us down, and then they'll get back to their normal behaviors. I don't understand why the president is on top of vehicles in his second year of term, in his second year in the first term. He should be working, he should be in the office working, but he's on top of cars. Today he launched a project that was launched 14 years ago by another president, surely. And then you're saying that the president will change. I just want to urge you, the only thing that this dream can come true. Let's push the agenda. Sahi inafaa kuwa you push for the IEBC to be reconstituted. If we have the IEBC, it's so easy for us to recall the MPs. If we recall the MPs, it's so hard for the executive to operate, because everything that the executive needs, it has to be passed by the MPs. If it's candidates for certain positions to be vetted, it has to be vetted by the MPs. So if we recall the MPs, the executive will be crippled. So the agenda sahi should be, it shouldn't be Ruto must go ama what. it should be reconstitute IBC. Power yetu at all the day, our sovereignty lies at the ballot. So if we have the IBC, trust me, things will flow very easily. Tutafanya hizi vitu zote zenye tutataka kufanya. So guys, as you go to sleep, I want to wish you a good night. And remember, kila siku ukiamka, we ukitweet tu tweet reconstitute IBC, ukiongeza tu hashtag ingine ya Ruto must go. On police brutality, I agree, polisi ni binadamu. They are also humans like us, but at the end of the day, kama polisi ni mwanadamu, tafadhali, as a police person ama as a police woman, as a policeman, if you are a human, act like a human. Usitake si tuseme tukutreat kama mwanadamu na tutreat kama mnyama. You can't just fire at people live bullets. You can't fire at journalists live bullets and then you expect them to treat like a human being. If you live by the sword, you die by the sword. That's the Bible. No shortcut. So as much as we want to understand the police force, every day they give us a reason not to understand them. Today they arrested someone who's grieving her son. And someone still wants us to understand these people. As I said, kila mse hapa ako na family member mwenye ni askari. Others ni wazazi wao, wengine ni mabro, wengine ni mabest. But at the end of the day, talk to these people. I understand they go through some crazy shit, but at the end of the day, they should also behave like human beings if they want to be treated like human beings. And to every politician who is here, I know kuna politicians kwa hii space. Manze, just stop trying to divide these young people. You're telling them to have a party so that they can be like you. You're telling them to do this and this. All these young people want is good governance, integrity, and good leadership. Hakuna kitu ingine wanataka. You can nominate whoever you want, you can have whoever you want in the government. But the bottom line is good governance, integrity, and services to be available to the common mwananchi the way they should be. We can't be paying taxes for people to go and be paid sitting allowances to do their job, the job that they should be doing. Why would a MP sitting at a committee be paid a sitting allowance? Yet that is the job they were employed for. And it's not like they are traveling outside the country. They are still within the parliament buildings. So as much as we want these changes, as much as we are saying, we should give the president time to work, what, trust you me, kuna vitu mob sana zenye saizi kianza kuanathiwa, you'll find a reason why even at this moment we should just have a caretaker government to streamline things. We should not have a political government. Yeah, that are my sentiments to close the night. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so much, Sir Alex, and to my co-host Shalom Karaoke, and to every single person who has tuned into today's space, those who've left comments, those who've come up to the speakers panel, and those who are silent listeners. Thank you so much for taking your time to be on this space. We usually do this every Thursday from 7:30 p.m. We usually end it at 9, but today tumemaliza a bit late. So catch us here every Thursday from 7:30 p.m. and follow us on all our social media platforms at K24 TV and at K24 Plus. Let's see you next week, same place, same time. Have a lovely evening and keep safe.
And I can't let Karigo go without talking. So you see, because of unforeseeable circumstances, home run with people will have to extend for another hour. Wapi makofi. Ndio. Na kwa sababu hiyo ni kwa sababu kwamba tunasema kwamba we are trying to make it as inclusive as possible and kindly wale watu wenye mko kwa comment section wachani ku waste space kusema kwamba tunapatiana mic na kujuana, nipatie mic pipi nimechemka, pipi nimejam sana, haki ya mama nipatie mic niongee. Fanya hivi, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to say on this mic, write it on the comment section so that in case you don't get to the mic, because I have over 237 requests to come to the mic.
So if whatever you have in mind, probably you're not able to come to the mic and say it. Badala ya kunibuli hapa hivi eti pipi nipe mic, pipi nipe mic. Andika hapo hivi comment section, pipi, I am an angry Kenyan and I want us to take stock and move forward, or I want us to take stock and do this. That is where I wanted to go. So I want to go to Phil and unprovoked Karigo. Then we'll go to other speakers as we continue. This is Home Run with PP. I've told you I've gone another extra hour because we can't let the space go while we're having a lot of people on the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Home Run with PP. 10 p.m. East African time, wherever you are listening to. I hope you're good.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Welcome to Home Run with Pipi.
Sana dakika moja masani ya Afrika Mashariki. This is Home Run with Pipi. My name is MC Pipita. You can call me Pipi. And as I said, weekdays tunakuanga hapa your drive show, and we are giving you a chance to speak hapa hivi nje. As I always say, Home Run with Pipi has been kept independent and also running by you, the listener. If you like what I'm doing, my tip line is on the topic line of this show. 0721-948-229 is the number where you send in your support. Also, when you're trying to send in your comments via my WhatsApp, I can't access my WhatsApp right now because I'm using the same phone used on X. So kindly, I can't read your comments on WhatsApp. Kindly write them here on the comment section so that everybody can have a chance to read at them. Thank you so much for understanding and also supporting this show. It's always a pleasure. Phil, come on, Anipata, right after this jingle, talk to us.
This is Home Run with Pipi.
Hi, Phil.
Niaje majamaa?
Niko poa kabisa.
Cheki majamaa, tusikuja hapa tukasema ati solution ni gani? Solution ni gani? Kila mtu aongee, kila mtu akuja hapa aseme idea yake ni gani. Si unasema unakasikia wasee, unasema wasee watu solution. Wewe tuambie yako ni gani? Mimi niko na ingine hapa hivi nataka tuone itakuwaje. Tuone venye tunaenda mbele. Si kila saa tunalialia solution ni gani, ndio hii movement imeharibika nini. Haya ndio civic education imetokea. Kitu kingine mimi nilikuwa naona hizi marallies. Kuna jamaa amemention hapa hivi. We need rallies. Ama politician. Ukiona Ruto leo ameenda nini Mombasa. Huyo jamaa watu wamelipwa. Watu wamelipwa, watu wamebebwa na mabasi, wamekuja hapo tao Ruto wasifie Ruto, wamepewa do. Unaona? Sisi pia tuanze tu rallies zetu. We need people. Hawa watu wamekuwa tu hapa tukiwajua kina 13 nani BT tunataka tuanze hizi rallies, na tukianza hizi rallies, kwa hizo rallies we educate our people. Unaona, tusiache msee nyuma ati tunaenda maandamano. Sai tusiendelee na maandamano, lakini 8 August hiyo naona itakuwa fiti sana tukienda maandamano. Nimesikia msee akisema other counties watu waletwe Nairobi nini. We need those people. Kitu kingine tunataka wasesi, ndio hapa pia kutahitajika na funds. We need kitu kama mchanga. Kila mtu atumedoa hapo hivyo. We need to support these rallies, maandamano hizi. Watu wenye wanatoka kaunti zingine kuja Nairobi watahitaji room, tunahitaji funds. Mtu acredit kitu kama mchanga hii. Wasiwa tume kama uko na chwani tao wenye mtafika, si tutafika, mtume hizo mkuje Nairobi. Wenye watakuwa na hao watafute place to rent 2 place hapo hivyo, wakae hapo hivyo. Kama kesho ni tarehe 8 tunaamkia maandamano hiyo nini. Mimi kitu nimekuja hapa kusema we need rallies. Hawa watu pia watu onenge tu tumeenda Mombasa huko hivyo, tumekutana na mayouth. Tumeenda wapi Eldoret, tumekutana tu na mayouth, tunaongea watu wanange tu hivyo pia. Si ati tunaonanga tu daily wanachochana huko, wanabebana na wasee huko, wanawapea yetu iko tu. Tunaenda kani Eldoret leo, twende huko wasee wajitokeze. Kani Mombasa hivyo, kama ni Kakamega hivyo, tukutane tu hivyo. Tufinya ama jamaa ogope. Unaona? Si ati wametuweza sijui nini. Hakuna kutuweza. Tuendelee movement iende. Unacheki? tusichoke majamaa, tuendelee. Mtu acreate hiyo kwanza mchanga, sijui nani atacreate. Wakina Osama wako hapo, KT Sonko, Psycho Sense, muone mtu atacreate hiyo kitu, tuweke huko do, tuanze hizi marali, tuchape chape hizi vitu, tusichoke. 2027 imefika. Alafu wase, nimeona kama mtu kama BT amesema anataka kuvai sijui president huko, not president, sijui seat gani huko Turbo. Wase msimame, mseme mimi nataka kunini kuvai for seat, tutawapea kura. Kura iko, na kama ni fans, nimesema tu create kama mchanga hivi. Wase tutakuwa tunatoa do hapo, unasema we are supporting our own. BT ndio huyo hapo amesema tunamsupport. Watu kama kina nani? Osama wewe pia simama. Wewe sema pia unataka kusimama. Tutoe fans tutoe. Hizi pesa tunachanga hizi sisi kwetu za wase wenye wako na wameuliwa sijui nini. Pia tunafaa tu create mchanga yetu ya rallies hivyo. Tuamke majamaa saa hii. Hakuna kulala. Hivi tu tulianza tumalize. Ruto hajaanza kuwa president leo. Huyu jamaa alianza kuwa preso. Hii ndoto yake ilikuwa kitambo sana. Alianzanga like tukue na reason like in the next 20 years, 30 years, Ruto atakuwa wapi? Kina Roho atakuwa wapi? Hii movement yetu ndio itakuwa bado. Naona tuendelee hivyo, tusichoke. Watu tunawapeleka mbio. ODM sasa hii ndio inaanza kukufa. Raila ndio amekuwa leader, watu wamemsifia, lakini saa hii ameisha. Sisi ndio tuko kama sisi ndio tuko majamaa. Mpe mike mse mwingine
Hapo sawa. Asante sana. Karigo, mambo?
Yo, what the hell was that?
Gani yo? Yo msomeo.
What was that, Pipi? No, for real. What was that?
Inaitwa freedom of speech, Karigo. What do you have in mind? Talk to us.
I'm so really sick and tired of the narrative of the revolution being all about money and making money. I mean, most of us go to the streets and we don't have money, but we get ourselves there, we come back, and we've never asked for fare. If I ask for fare, I ask for fare from my friends. And for me, it's like, bro, Ebu support me in my revolution, and I've never ever thought of sitting down and trying to make money from a government that's consistently like it's draining me. I can't breathe, I can't breathe. And I'm a millennial, and I've been to the streets, I've gone to the streets, I've been to the streets. I've risked my life, and I don't care. And because I'm a millennial, my family, my mom, most importantly, would be like, "Hey, Wakate, let's pray, because she's like scared and she's worried. And I'm like, Mom, I am going because this government, I'm a millennial. And when I say I'm a millennial, it's from Moi to date. So I've seen it all. And there's been a lot, ever since June 25th. And okay, Pipi, can I just be honest and rant, if it's okay with you? Because I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to say anybody's opinion is nothing. I just want to share my opinion, because I've been on the streets, and anyone in my life, and you guys have seen I've been on the streets. So may I please share? Rosafi.
Go ahead.
Ever since June 25th, there's a narrative that shifted. Rex. And ever since, there's been abductions, arrests, massacres, arrests, massacres, arrests. disappearance, dissolution of cabinet, then, oh, this is now the new cabinet, and 6 of them are out of 11, and a week later, it's the opposition, and I am a millennial. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, Lord, what the fuck is happening? Sorry for my language. And I've eaten tear gas a lot, and I have done everything that I can. I've done a lot of civic education with my family because I'm a millennial. So everybody in my life is either younger, which is Gen Z, or older, which is Gen X, or boomers. Now, boomers are our parents. Gen X are our siblings. The weakest link. And I'll never forget, always, guys, by the way, those are the weakest link. However, all through until we got to the point where the president was speaking about Mukromen. That one, it finished me. And I sat like this and I thought, hi, what the fuck are we doing? What am I doing? Like, what's happening? And it's so sad. And I want to say this as I finish. I want to say this, that it's so sad that amongst us, we've been bought, we've been paid, and we want us to forgive those that have been paid, that are amongst us. So what narrative are you giving? So we forgive Ruto, Zakayo, and his new cabinet and say, oh, maybe he made a mistake? What has changed in your life between the two? I fight for accountability. Bro, nobody asked him to be president. He's the one who made a choice to vote himself in. And he was voted in. And 2 years, not yet. But in the past 2 years, not yet, but, we are rounding up to the next figure. How fucked up have our lives been? To the point we are on the streets and we are not relenting. I've taken a break because me, I'm a millennial, bro. But I will be back next week. That tear gas has really fucked up my hormones, but I'll be there next week. However, in between now and next week, he has announced people he fired, and we celebrated. We're like, yo, only for it ikaturamba 7 days later. Kwani we are stupid? And then you talk about forgiving, at making mistakes, apana. Everybody should carry their cross. And I just want to say this. Kindly allow me, nikimaliza. Oi. Hello?
Yeah, we're here.
Oh, Fuchs. I thought I was talking to myself all that time. What? I just want to say this, like nikimaliza. I want you guys to really be open. Look around and see the guys that are loyal, the guys that are faithful, the guys that are really factual, the guys that are truthful, and the guys that really love the country. people who are not going to be bought, people whose you're told you have loans at Italy. Bro, check your privilege. Yeah? You are a generation on your own. So, as far as I'm concerned, this week on Tuesday, I wanted to go for Mandamano. I couldn't because I can't drive to Mandamano. The matatus hazikuwa ni zinapita Githurai, and I understood them. Why? Because I was there. I listened. Githurai massacre. And this week on Tuesday, there was the Kahawa and Zima. Nimboreigwa. And the truth is, don't be so forgiving, okay? You're forgiving why? And what are you forgiving about? This is where we are as Kenyans in 2024. People are dying and they're being killed and their bodies are being hidden. And you want to negotiate and say, oh, people make mistakes? Oh, really? Is there a mistake for murder? Really? Anyway, where I'm coming from, and PPB, because I mentioned to you, like, let this be a space for, I'm sorry, for venting. Are you there?
Yeah, I want you to finish up. I have more people on the line too.
Thank you. 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 For me, all I would want to tell is, guys, rest when you need to rest. I've rested this week and it's really been very therapeutic. And then at the second time is, please do not accommodate bad behavior. Do not make excuses for bad behavior. Thirdly, constantly seek for accountability. And as always, I will say, Ruto must go. Viva.
All right. Thank you so much for that submission, Karigo. It's so emotional sometimes. Unajua sisi wanaume hatuwezi lia kwa space, mostly unajipata uwezi, unakaza tu sauti, but imetuhit hard. The Kikombe, are you there? Enter the Kikombe. The
Buddha,
Cup.
unanisikiza?
Nakupata loud and clear.
Shukran. Yeah, the cup. That, just like you say it, it is the cup. It might sound very simplistic, but I'd rather you take it as simplistic as it is, because whatever you put in a cup is meant to transform your life. Ukieka mbolea kwa kikombe, utakunywa mbolea. Ukieka wine, you want to chill. If you put coffee inside your cup, it is going to activate you. If you put poison, ndo shakufa basi. Kenya put poison in its cup, and unfortunately, we are trying to find an antidote. I'd like to begin by saying that kama kuna mtu amepoteza beste, kuna mtu amepoteza rafiki yake, kuna mtu amepoteza babake, mamake, sistake, bradhake, friend, best friend, even enemy, my heart goes out to you. We are supposed to be a free country. This should not be happening. So I want to say that I truly, truly feel for those people who have lost people that are close to them. I know a few that are close to me. But I want to also mention that this struggle is winning. And this struggle is winning because conversations are changing. There is a reason why kina Citizen, kina K24 wameanza kukuja hapa kukuwa na hizi spaces. Before this cause began, This was unheard of. So this is changing. Things are moving to make trillions of ideas in this. And you know that when you put trillions of ideas inside an economy, things begin to change overnight. We, people, the people may, the people shall, we have been brave enough to point out to the lion that the breath of the lion stinks. But we are losing focus, and we need to focus. And our focus continues to be that we want accountability. Hata kama tulianza na finance bill, tukaenda sijui accountability, tukaenda nini, we want a sustainable future for our children. Mimi ni baba na watoto wawili, mmoja anaitwa Imani, mmoja anaitwa Zawadi. Zawadi yako 10, Imani yako 8. And I do not want Zawadi to be out in the streets in the near future fighting for the same thing that kina Raila alikuwa anafaitia hata ile senye walikuwa university. And we need to find those sustainable solutions. Tunafaa tukate hiyo mbolea. So we need to focus. We need to focus. And we are losing focus gradually. We are seeing politics come into our cause. We did not ask for politics. Tuliuliza accountability. Tumeletewa politicians. So we need to focus. Politics itakuja after hao watu wenye tulieka kwa power, wenye walikuwa natuibia, wameanza kufanya nini? Kwenda jela. So we need to focus. Those people who have stolen need to put to court and face justice. Focus. Tulisema tuko partyless, we are leaderless, tribeless. Remember kina Orengo walikuja hapa kama activists, walikuwa leaderless, walikuwa partyless, walikuwa activist. Martha Karua alikuwa activist. Baba alikuwa activist. Kiraito Moringi alikuwa, Kibaki alikuwa activist. Focus. Mimi naambianga watu bado hamjajam. Siku yenye mtajam, wasee siku yenye mtajam. Ni siku yenye wale mama walikuwa napiga kelele na madera wapele hivyo wakipiga kelele ati sijui Joho amekuwa patiwa ile nini sijui Ministry of Marine, Blue Army. The day those women will scream and say, fuck no Joho, is the day you will know that the country imejam. So focus. You want accountability, and it seems wale mamama bado wajaona hii accountability ni nini. Ile siku wale wase, kuna wale wase wasijui 5 wa 6 walikuwa wamevaa zile masuti za nini za Garissa Lodge, wakisema sijui amenikumbuka, walikuwa naimba wimbo sijui ule msee alikuwa amechaguliwa kama CS. Siku yenye mtajua wamejam ni siku yenye wataambia msee Buddha, do not go into this government because we know we need to reset. Siku yenye unakumbuka wale watu walikuwa na celebrate na Duale, sijui wanasema Simba is back, things like that. The day you know umejam ni siku yenye wale watu wataambia Simba, Buddha, weka hizo maposter down, usiingia hapo kwanza. Why do you want to go back to a government that set you down because you were not performing? So Buddha, bado hamjajam. Na kitu yenye namaanisha yenye naona kama mjajam ni watu wanaanza kupiga stelele na story za kwenda sijui rally Kamukunji. Boss, you started here. The crocodile is best when it's in the river. Mulianza hapa X spaces. Buddha, wacheni wakuje hapa X spaces. Kwenu. There is a reason why the president came here. Let him come back as a listener. There's a reason why K24 wamekuja wamefungua baraza. Let them keep going. There's a reason why Al Jazeera ameanza kukuja pay attention to all these young people, and they're giving them all these press conferences. But we need to hold back. Kuna mse alipiga hapa kelele asema tunaanza kupiga tunapiga story zetu. Tunafaa tukuwe na kamkunji zetu zinafaa kuwe different. It's 2024. There is no way we can hold the same rallies the same way. Kenyatta alikuwa na rally yake the same way. Moi alikuwa na rally zake in the 80s the same way. Kibaki na nani na kina Odinga walikuwa na rally zake 1992 na Ford Asili sijui na Shikuku walikuwa juu ile pickup. There's no way we can have our rallies the same way Ruto alikuwa na rally zao. Otherwise it means we will run our politics the same way they have been running their politics. So bado hamjajam. Na government inaambia watu ati sijui sahii tumeingia national unity. What was it before? They said they were forming a government of national unity. What was it before in the last 2.5 years? Was it the government of national nonsense? So bado hamjajam. Si kenye mtajam ni sikenye Raila atasema ai buda si hatutaki story. We want the young people to get what they want, and that's accountability. So focus. Focus. Call the police when it comes to calling them out. Police wanafaa tu kuja kuserve. Police wanafaa kuja kwa protest, kucontrol watu wamekuja kuriot, kuiba. Again, I insist, the strength of the crocodile is in the water. We are very strong where we begin. Manze, focus home. Focus home. Wacha hawa sewa kuja hapa. Pepita, I'm not lying to you. Siku yenye utaona hao mase wamekuja hapa hivi, just like huyu nani alikuwa amesema, Talib Ogola alisema, let them come here as politicians to listen. And in fact, you can even mention their names and say, listen, sir, we would like you to listen to what the young people are saying. Do not give them the microphone. And I think it is time for us to begin playing a different kind of an alternative instrument. Hatuwezi kwa tunacheza hii game ya politics. Until the politics change, do not step into that ring. Because Mike Tyson anajua kupunch, we unajua kucheza ball. A footballer and a boxer cannot go into a boxing ring expecting the footballer to win with a knockout. Hii game inafaa ikuwe game yetu. We are the young people who want a sustainable future for our young. Hatuwezi cheza hii game the same way Raila alikuwa anaicheza akiwa young. Focus. And for the sake of getting things right, for Christ's sake, msiwahi danganywa ati it is your fault that you did not vote. It's your fault that you did not vote that we have poor leadership. Buda tukienda juu to 2022 tulikuwa na Raila na tulikuwa na Ruto. It is said time and again that character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it forever. Si leo mwana Raila na Ruto ni kina nani? So hata kama ungeenda hapo hivyo kuvote, uvote one of the two, what would you have ended up with? So do not agree to anybody who comes onto these platforms and tell you that it is your fault that you did not vote, because chances are the candidates that we were presented with were horrible. Until we have a system and until we overhaul the manner in which we choose our leaders, we are planting rocks, na tuna expect hizi rocks zikuwe mahindi, na hii mahindi ikuwe sijui ugali, tutengeneza nao nyama choma, igeuke ikuwe nyama pia na vitamins. Focus Buddha, until tukuwe na system yenye tunajua mse hata kama akiwa poor, they are not expected to raise their own money so that they can stand in office of leadership. Until we take the responsibility of having finances for politics and campaign from the responsibility of the candidate to the government, because our government has money and you know it. Na bado hamjajam. Mi naambianga watu 2 billion is stolen every day. Buddha, 1 billion. If you were to take 100,000 Kenyan shillings and spend it every single day for the rest of your life, it would take you 35 years. Buda, saizi uzaliwe, ufike 35 years, utakuwa umespend 100,000 shillings every day. Hakuna siku utaspend 99,999. And that is 1 billion. 2 billion is stolen every day. Focus. We want accountability. We don't want politics. Mimi ni Buda. Na niko namalizia na watoto wawili Buda. Zawadi ako 10. Imani ako 8. And I don't want Zawadi to go back to the streets for the same thing I have been fighting for. We have been fighting for politics. It is time to focus on accountability. Hata Ruto akiwaambia nini, hata kina Raila wakiwaambia nini, boss, accountability is what we want, and we want the right future for our kids. You've lost brothers, you've lost sisters, and you didn't lose them so that Joho can become a CS. The person implementing a social contract since the 1960s, anatuuza Buda. Kwa protest kuna rioters, nimekuwa nikisema hiki tu daily. Kuna rioters, kuna protesters na kuna looters. Protesters, they know what they want. Ndio sisi, we want accountabilities. Looters wamekuja kuiba. Rioters wamejam tu, wanataka kuvunja vitu. The police is meant to protect us against rioters and the looters. But the police is the one killing us. So the social contract is broken. The judiciary that is meant to protect us is broken. The executive that is meant to protect us is broken. Unataka kuingia hapo hivyo politics ndio ufanye nini? These young people that are said, kina Moha, Jichopevu, they started as journalist activists. KJ alianza kama artist activist. We know what they've ended on. Focus. We want accountability. And I want to finish. Buddha, in order to get this government on its knees, we have to hit it where it hits hardest. Journalism. Buddha, pigeni kelele. Hii story ilianza X. Hii story ilianza Twitter, mnatag watu na scandal zao zote. Stop. Do not even think of going to their offices to go and give them interviews. Anzeni kurusha hizi ma evidence hapa. Kuna hiyo kampani ya India inajaribu kuunda contract na gava. Boss, tag them in every single scandal of the government. Show them. Hit the government where it hits the most. Let them suffer economically. Watag. Pigeni kelele, Buddha. Pigeni kelele. And if you have to go to the streets, kuna mtu alisema hapa hivi, kuna hiyo kitu inaitwa silent protest. Anzeni kutembea kwa shadows. Mnatembea kwa shadows, mnafika watu 10K, mnaketi Harambee House, ofisi ya Ruto. When 10K people show up without chanting, without singing, they will pay attention. You don't even need to tell them what they want. They know what you want. They know what you want. Wase nimemaliza, poleni.
Asante sana Pe Kikombe, kweli wewe ni kikombe. Champe.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Guys, Home Run Extra happens on Saturdays 8 p.m. Why are we here at 10 p.m., at 10:33 p.m. talking about these things? You know, politicians have really messed up with our sleeping pattern, our love life. There is nothing to live for, man. Easter Adrian, how are you doing? Right now, people should be cuddling. It's July, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, Pipi, how are you?
I'm
How is
doing
everyone?
well.
Hata mi niko salama. From my voice, I'm also a bit exhausted. Actually, you mentioned point which I really wanted to mention. When I saw you saying about the mental debrief, I was like, hey, I need a break. But I'm always having this fear of missing out. Sijui kama inaitangwa what? FOMO. Yeah, I'm suffering from that. My sleeping patterns are all messed up. Wewe kwanza Pipi ulalangi. Naonanga ukiuliza nani ameamka kama si mimi. I don't know if you guys are sleeping enough, but we need to sleep and eat well because we are needed to be there to see these come to fruition. Let's remind ourselves that this is a marathon. Sometimes tabidi tusimame tukunywe maji tuketi, but kusimama is not an option. Giving up is not an option. Where I don't know what to, I've written my points down. Most of what I wanted to say has been said by the Kikombe and by Karigo. But I also wanted to mention a bit about what Karigo has mentioned. I feel her pain. I understand. Actually, I'm trying to compare Kenye Karigo amesema, Kenye Pipi alisema about forgiveness and mistrust and all that. I'm totally understanding where Karigo is coming from. And I'm also understanding where Pipi is coming from. Like, tuna need to forgive Pipi. Iyo tunaelewa. But the kind of hurt that some of us have felt, like now what Karigo is going through, pia namfeel like kama mimi, like if I look at myself, I don't have the moral, how do we say it, sitoshi kujudge mtu, sitoshi kujudge Osama niseme sitamforgive. Kumforgive Pipi tutaforgiviana. The only issue I'm feeling that, like what Karigo, maybe I'm just trying to get where she's coming from, and maybe most of us are feeling the same, is that trust. Hiyo trust kurudi ni ngumu. Mi kusamehe nishasamehe na nikasonga juu. Sahi hata kushinda umebeba mizigo kwa moyo wako. We need to be light. We need to be light. Na hata hawa watu kuungana, it's a good thing, because hii safari ukiwa na mizigo kwa moyo, kwa akili, everywhere, you can't run fast when you're carrying a sack. You have to put that sack down and run. And hiyo issue ni dicey sana, but moving on, I had mentioned a suggestion on a certain space. PPU being in media and the rest who in media can add on weight on this more, about where I had suggested about a sort of Gen Z TV and radio. I know us getting a license for that will really be hard. We can look at an option whereby if we don't manage to get a clean license, we can maybe buy somebody else who is running a station. So that
umesikia Kikombe amesema
yes,
nini?
yes.
Why do we need a TV station? Kwani tuko 1980? Tuko na YouTube, tuko na TikTok, tuko na X, tuko kwa radio sai. Imagine 2,400 people are listening to us. Chances are our listeners ni more than 50% of radio stations that are online. Ukweli ama uongo sai? 2,400 people listening to a radio station sai, hata kama Umunyo hajafika hapo sai. Okay, sijasema hivyo.
Okay, Pipi naelewa hiyo point yako, but the only concern I had was, unajua kama hawa wazae na watu wenye wako mashambani, like some numbers which I don't know if they are verified, which Ndi has given there. Sijui nani ameona kwa TL, mtu akisema, oh, the young people, we are like, I don't know how many millions. Then Ndi has broken it down and said, wait, tuko 70% these voters and these and these. I think we need to understand, ni sawa, let's go by the YouTube and all that, but kama sahi kuna watu wengine bado wako mashambani, majenzi wengine bado hawaelewi nini inaendelea. Unajua unaweza ona tuko 2000 hapa, but there's somebody in Shags who doesn't even know what's been going on in the city. But I get your point. That's just a point I'm throwing out there to discuss, to one if it's viable, if it's not, and we go by YouTube. Because let me give you an example. Kama kina Citizen hawaku to air the other day and the other media stations, whether they were given brown envelopes or not, kuna mtu wako ushago maybe anakuja Nairobi aseme, sijaona maandamano kwa TV, so acha niende tao kuko safe. I don't know if I'm making sense on that, but let me just leave it there. You can dissect it more. Then the other issue was, I was thinking of us institutionalizing our ideas. And what I mean by this is like what Professor was doing. I was really loving what he was doing. But sasa shida ni, if I'm the one who is behind a certain thing, like what Professor was doing na ashikwe, hiyo kitu inaenda inaisha. So I don't know whether, let's say for example, Pipi, you have your personal account and then maybe like there's something else you want to do, like chase what KAA is doing. Wewe ukishikwa, nani atatake over hiyo push unafanya, so that isikae like tukishika Pipi na yeye ndiye anafukuzana na mambo zaidi, hii kitu itakufa. Is it possible like mtu anaweza fungua account ya kufanya kitu fulani, then maybe certain 2 or 3 of my friends wakuwe na login za hiyo account, so that mimi nikishikwa hiyo kitu bado inaendelea. So I don't know if that's making sense, so that hizo vitu zetu zikwe quotes in quotes ikwe ni kama iko institutionalized, like mkishika huyu bado hii kitu itaendelea. Then I've seen something like what our person had suggested there about kuleta watu tao, it's a good idea, but we shouldn't be so predictable, just like what Karigo is saying. Kama mtu akona mtu anaweza msaidia na fare na unajua siku ya kuja ni tarehe 8, is it possible like you ask your friends to help you? Because huwezi weka watu kwa basi moja useme watu wote wanaenda. It's like endangering people's lives. You can be intercepted on the road. It's not safe like kuweka watu wote kwa gari mseme tu ni protesters wanaenda Nairobi. Kila mtu a trickle in pole pole, ikue gradual. We kama unajua kuna mtu atakuhost tao, ukuje uhostiwe. Ukitaka fare, ask somebody to give you fare, because hiyo sasa pia inakuwa too predictable. The other issue ni staggering the days of protest. Imekuwa too predictable. It's Tuesday, it's Thursday. How about if we can say, okay, next week ni Monday, next week ni Wednesday, as in, I don't know if I'm making sense on that, but hizo ndo points naona zenye hazijarudiwa. So for me, PP, that's what I had to say. And let's keep the hashtags alive. Hatuwezi chapwa kwa ground na tuchapwe online. Somebody mentioned that point. Let's keep the utachapwaje ground na pia ukose kuamka hata utweet useme Ruto must go drain the swamp. Remember, the international community now is online. Tuachane na hii ingine ya nini. International community checks what is trending. Hawa watu wakitoka huko wakienda majuu and somebody is trying to say, oh, my country is doing very well. Mzungu atamwambia, but no, I can see you're trending. People are saying Ruto must go. People are saying you're corrupt and this and this and this. So we can have hashtags pushing for every agenda. Kama ni ID, tukuwe na hashtag ID. But ile banner hashtag should be Ruto must go and probably drain the swamp. So for me, that's it for now. PP, thank you for this platform. God bless
All
you.
right. Somebody is alerting me that apart from the 2,500 people who are tuned in on X, we also have a community of about 5,000 people listening on TikTok. I'm yet to find the account in particular. But if you're tuning in from TikTok, shout out to you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hapa hivi ndani kwenye Home Run with PP. This show comes to you each and every weekday, 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. on X Spaces. I see Easter amemaliza na sisi, taka tuende kwa Doreen, Elvis na philosopher ako hapa bado, Philosophy Homes. I don't know. Huyu tumemsahau hapa hivi, amekuwa tu akigain following. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in hapa hivi ndani kwenye Home Run with PP. Thank you so much kwa wale ambao wanaingia pale hivi kwenye tip jar to support the show. This is Home Run with PP. Right after the jingle, Doreen, that is your chance. Let's go.
This is Home Run with Pipi.
Hi, PP. Good evening.
Hi.
Thank you so much for the spaces. Actually, this has come as a very opportune time for me. I needed somewhere to do the mental debrief. Personally, the last 3 days I've not slept. I go to bed, I can't sleep. It's morning, I have to step out. Again, I'm completely disorganized. I have felt the way I felt, I think, back in 2022 when he lost the election. I did not vote for Ruto. So I feel like I went back to that point of feeling defeated. And being here is giving me the opportunity to pick myself back again, to recharge my batteries and to head back strong. One of the reasons why I'm banking so much on us, on this movement, is because for the very first time, I have seen and I've felt a lot of hope for the future. I am a mother. I am a mother to a Gen Z and to a Gen Alpha. I am a millennial myself. So for the first time, I have felt like there is indeed actually a way that we are about to get back the future we dream of, the future that we envision for our country. And this movement had given me that kind of energy, that kind of hope. Stepping out, kwenda maandamano, that is what I was feeling. That is what I was fighting for. We might have gotten some setback because we are dealing with people who are completely disillusioned. People who don't even want to know what is happening and they only care about their own selfish reasons. But it's okay. I have been taking stock of so far how much we have come, how far we have come, and I've realized that we're very strong. And our strength lies in our uniqueness Our uniqueness is in the fact that we pull together resources. Everyone brings on the table what they can offer. We pull that surprise cards. Our strength lies in using the spaces. Our strength lies in incorporating the information technology, the IT and tech and all this, something that the political class did not see coming. So we cannot say that we go back to doing what they are doing. They will beat us in that game. We cannot go back to campaigning, to rallies. We cannot do that. But I agree with you. We need to be here. This is where we have our strength. We need to rally behind the spaces. We need to rally behind TikTok. We need to rally behind YouTube. We have the resources. We don't need to go back to the old school. When it comes to civic education, there's something that I saw working, the aura for aura, that worked a lot. And I think we can use it for our parents. You see, they are going to use so many things against us to communicate to that demography, to communicate to our parents and to the older generation. But we also need to use it against them. We need to go out there and we need to talk or speak with a language and in a language that that generation can understand. I don't want to call anyone illiterate, but I want to say there are people who are not on X, who are not on the internet. That kind of people, of population, requires to get the information. They require to know what we are fighting for. Most of them are not woke. Most of them are actually suffering what we call the Stockholm syndrome. That is why you see them going back to dance at Joho amekuwa CS. They are going back to dance. Why? Because they're suffering the Stockholm syndrome. They want to associate so much with their oppressor. And we cannot get there unless we bring these people to us. The best way to bring them to us is to accomplish something. And we have been accomplishing. The day that we managed to go to parliament and to reject the finance bill, so many people came on board. So many people saw that the youth are not just fighting for nothing. The millennials, the Gen Zs are not fighting for nothing. They're fighting for something. They were feeling the oppression, the pressure, and they were able to rest on it, and they all came on board. So we need to win, and we can only win through action. And I think the best way we do that is we need to get organized. We need to get structures for this movement. If we get structures, then we can be able to incorporate all this wealth of information and expertise that we have. All what the lady who spoke before me has said, someone might be having or working on something and they get arrested, and then now who takes over that? If we come up with structures, if we come up with an organization, she has put it very well that we need to institutionalize this movement. If we have that institution, we have leaders who are in charge of this department, who are in charge of this and that, then we can be able to have a trickle down of this kind of communication. We can be able to have resources in terms of those who are lawyers. They bring their expertise on board. The civic education that we are talking about, we can schedule that. We can say spaces for Monday will be hosted by so and so. They can now bring in the lawyers. The lawyers will have civic Mondays. We'll have Tuesdays for this on the spaces. Wednesdays, we can have that kind of an organization and a schedule so that we all know how we are learning and how we are moving. In terms of Mandamano, we need to do something different. I love the idea of going silent and just gathering and showing up, being unpredictable. I like that a lot. If we have that surprise element, and then I think we are going to make them listen to us. We are not going to relent. We are not going to stop. We are going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And let me tell you, every day we are pushing, we are breaking something in them. Every day we keep pushing, we are breaking. And slow but sure, we are going to get there. Ruto atashuka. Ruto lazima atashuka. So thank you so much for this. I actually feel
very much energized and very much ignited now after coming here for the debrief, and I feel better now, and I feel like my batteries are recharged. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the space.
All right, thank you, Doreen. And I would like to shout out the family on TikTok on the Siri playlist who are streaming the Gen Z Assembly. Shout out to everybody who's tuned in on that side of TikTok. I know I cannot get their feedback on their side, but I see their comment section is also on fire, and they're saying we need to be heard. So thanks so much for streaming that. We need this message as wide and loud as possible. So thank you so much for tuning in. This is Home Run PP. We are 10 minutes to the time that I said I was going to end the space. This is corruption. I tell you guys, this is corruption. Do you think I'm gonna end it at 11 p.m.? I think so. Okay, let me just listen first to a man like Elvis Tom. How are you doing, Elvis?
I'm doing good. Have Nani Pipita, Osama, KOT. Thank you so much. I'm seeing 6,000 here. Shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for this chance to talk in this space. I want to be honest with you guys. Somebody said Ruto is a genius guy. That's very wrong. Ruto is not genius. Ruto is just good in politics. He's a politician. Ruto ni politician. Lakini in leadership kuna kitu na Ruto anajua hata moja. So I heard somebody saying we are going to have rallies and something. You can't beat Ruto politically. Huwezi piga Ruto politically, guys. The only way to beat Ruto from that post is to occupy. The only way is to occupy, guys. So we did fail in protest. Protest has never failed. The only thing we failed in is having numbers. The first protest succeeded because we had numbers, guys. So the only way we can succeed again is to have numbers. And the only way to have numbers is the strategy we've come up with. We mobilize people from different counties. Si amasi to convince watu. No. Tuko na watu wengi ushago wanatamani kuja Nairobi. So long as we come up with a strategy, tuko na representatives kutoka different counties. Then we organize for fair for those people. Then from those people from Ushago, they will definitely come. Whatever the reason, they will definitely come to Nairobi. So that's an assurance. And the only way to kick Ruto out of that post is to occupy State House. That's the only way. Hii mambo na kuenda rally, kuorganize campaign, alafu tuwakuje na somebody was saying about political party. Raila na Ruto huwezi wapiga through siasa. Huwezi, hata kama wewe ni nani. Huwezi piga Raila na Ruto through siasa. Those people are the best politicians we have in this country. But we don't have leaders. So guys, to kick Ruto, the only way to do this, we come up with the representatives kutoka different counties. We organize how to send fare venye wanakuja Nairobi. Then tuna ile rally ya nani ya Boni ya Uhuru Park. Tuna organize rally kama hiyo. Okay? Tunajifanya tunaomboleza wao wenye wameaga. Then from hiyo rally na charge watu kabisa. Tunaimaliza tu mapema kitu saa 6. Then we march direct to State House. That's the only way to kick Ruto out of the nini. Lakini mambo na kusema watu watakufa. These are revolution, my guy. The only way to kick Ruto out ni revolution. Na revolution lazima watu watakufa. So we either choose. We amue watu wengine watakufa, but we achieve it. Or we go the other way of political, na we'll lose. We'll definitely lose that. Na hatuta achieve anything. Na wale washaga 60 people, hakuna kitakuwa tumewasaidia. Thank you guys. Thank you a lot.
Haya, asante sana kwa hiyo submission Elvis. Naona wewe unataka niende nilale. Asante sana. Nasikia huyu jamaa anaongea vibaya hapa. Anaitwa nani huyu? Mashtif. Mashtif. Na anampatia mic ifiki kwa kuji kwa microphone. Let's get to hear from a man like 6,000. Habari yako?
Mimi niko poa pipi, uko salama?
Niko poa. Sasa uli regain vision ama bado unatapatapa ndugu yangu?
Nilinunua miwani ingine jana 17,000.
Hey.
Anyway.
Na wow.
Life is for the good. Anyway, Crystal Asigi alinibuy new specs yesterday. So I'm good.
Nice.
So, Pipi, kitu ya kwanza is that today I got very, very good information from a very confidential source close to the Ministry of Interior. And they told me NIS wanajua ni government ina fund goons. And they have even the name of the officials of the government people who are paying goons. 10 individuals have been identified, but they can't prosecute them because it's a strategy by the government to kill our protests. So mkae mkijua wanajua goons wanakujanga huku and everything. Secondly, naona watu tukiongea hapa and I'm like, hizi zingine ni tunapeana hope, zingine za uongo. Bwana, tuamke tutoke kwa nyumba tuende maandamano. Wake up. Hakuna lugha ingine wanasikia. We made a statement on 25th. We made a statement on 25th. And when we made that statement, people came to their knees. They have come back. They have shown their tails. Tunataka kupiga vitu ya online na nilishawaambia tunapeleka kisu kwa vita ya bunduki. Na hatuwezi shinda. Mtu amekupointia gun, umempointia kisu. Unataka kushinda aje? Sisemi tupigane, sisemi tukue violent. I'm saying numbers is our weapon. And that is what will make a statement. Hii mambo ya give up, sijui Gen Z 2027 what? December Ruto hafai kwa hiyo kiti. By the end of August, he should be here begging Gen Zs and asking for forgiveness as we take him to committee prison. Shimo la Tewa, ICC. Those are some of the facilities zenye sahi anafaa kuwa kibeg as a dog huko kwa streets. This is our fucking country, and this country, we are the tenants, we are investors, and our return is good governance, no corruption, no recycling of leaders, no nepotism, no tribalism. We want a country where systems are working, there are better employment, better jobs. That is what we are fighting for. Sit down and ask yourself, what do you want? Do you want to come and tweet every day Ruto must go? Or you want to make a change by mobilizing your community and coming out in numbers? Itabidi time tumetoka kwa spaces tumeenda ground. Tukikuja hapa space ni mental debrief, kuvent and reminiscing about our day and how we performed and what we are going to do next. But ikifika ni maandamano tunaingia ground. Imefika point where we have to go to the ground itself. Mi sifurahi nikiona Ruto juu ya gari. Sifurahi. Unaenda kucommission sijui KMTC. There are some things unasikia alienda kucommission power plant sijui Rongai. Sijui alienda kucommission what. It is not time for that, guys. It is time for us, in fact not Gen Zs, Kenyans. We are Kenyans now. Hii kitu ya Gen Z will break us. Venye Polo Kimani alisema Gen zote, we can adopt that right now and use that. Hii Gen Z itafika 2027 and they will use it against us. And they'll bring back the vijana na wazee that was happening back in 2017 and 2013 and 2017. That is not what we want. Hiyo classes imeishe. Equal like these are Kenyans and they can be classified as Kenyans. Whether you are 90 years, 100 years, 10 years, 1 year, 20, 30, 40, 50, you are a Kenyan. You are being classified as a Kenyan when it comes to election and government things. When it comes to voting, it shouldn't be like wazee na vijana. Let people vote based on whoever they feel is right. Not somebody paid them 10 shillings to go and vote. I'm saying this because I want us to go out.
Mi nataka twende out. Mimi, I'm not these people who will talk on these spaces and fail to be out on the streets. Unasikia pipi akiniuliza sahi I've got vision. Niliatakiwa na miwani zangu zikavunjwa. Wakina Ayo wamepoteza miwani, wamepoteza simu, wamepoteza a lot of things. Kwa hizi maandamano tumekuwa tukienda daily. Let me tell you, today my boss told me one thing. Wewe kuwa ukienda maandamano, bora you keep safe. Because I cannot stop you. Even the company itself knows that mimi lazima nitaenda. Now it is upon you to start thinking as an individual. Start thinking as a human being. Is this country moving the right direction? Mambo ya Raila, nilisema hiyo ni emotions. Funga hiyo akili ya Raila, Ruto, what, and now start thinking as an individual. Ukishakuwa na hiyo akili ya kufikiria kama individual, sasa toka nje and make a difference. It starts with you as an individual. Then it comes to me, it goes to PP, it goes to Kevo. The only way tutawini hii sasa ni ground. Nimeona huko ground kuna shida. Watu wanalipwa waende huko nje wa celebrate. Hiyo ndo kitu tunataka kuharibu. Kesho kuna maandamano ya watu wa matatu. Me I'll be out to andamana with them tomorrow. Because there is no way nitakuwa nalipa fare inahaikiwa just because serikali ilikuwa inaweza stop vitu zingine. Life linakuwa too expensive for nothing. Si ati kulipa hiyo doni ngumu. Yes, lazima tenda job, lazima tenda wapi, lakini najaribu kufikiria kuna time nilikuwa nalipa fare 30 bob. Within a span of 3 years fare imepanda to 110. Hiyo ni kitu haiwezi, hiyo ni kitu logically I make sense. So kesho mimi naamka kuandamana na watu wa magari. We pia kama umekaa pale home, let's come and amplify this. Wacha waone these Kenyans are united. Isikae tu like tuko disunited, people are seated here. Why are you losing hope? Were you fighting for Raila? Were you fighting for Ruto? Don't lose hope. Be that person who believes in themselves. Always touch yourself and say, I can make it. In my book, there is nothing like failure. Mimi I've shut failure from my book. And if I fall down, I wake up and start afresh. Dust myself off and start afresh. So failure is why you cross mind yako. We've come too far. And Wanyama said, and he read yesterday an article, and he said, we should celebrate our victories. And those victories that we've had should give us the direction as we move forward. They should give us that courage, that strength to press on. We had the finance bill. It's now done and dusted. All MPs voted to delete all clauses in the finance bill. Now we have a bigger problem, which is CSS being vetted on 30th of June. I know there is nane, but I had said it. Watu tunafaa kutuma statement by Tuesday wajue hiyo vetting process haitaendelea. Even if it includes occupying the offices, it has reached a point where they should know we don't want those people they gave us. We don't want them. We want merit. Mimi sasa Mbadi atakuaje treasury? And I know of better accountants wenye wamekaa huku nje. People have been, we've seen the development of minor banks ziki grow up. But Mbadi, just because he's a politician and he's an ODM chairperson, amepatiwa nini treasury just because they want to capture the ground in 2027. We should not let them get to 2027. Kuna mtu amekuja hapa kusema we cannot beat Raila and Ruto. We can. They draw strategies from people like us. They use us to amplify their message. So we can beat them. Hakuna mtu mwenye ni unbeatable kwa hii dunia. Everything is achievable. And you can achieve whatever you feel. Umeka pale unasema you can't be a millionaire. But wake up one day, go out and work, follow the right chain, the right stream, and you'll make it. Usiwahi sema huwezi pata job hii country maybe because kuna corruption. No, one day wake up and trust in yourself. I just want us to trust in ourselves and tell ourselves we can make it as Kenyans. Right now, wake up, think, get your inner self, talk to yourself, have a conversation with yourself, take yourself into a meeting and ask yourself, am I doing the right thing fighting for this country? And if it is the right thing, you are not being pushed by peer pressure because other people are on the streets, you are feeling left out. Then wake up, go out there and fight. There is light at the end of the tunnel. The main goal is good governance. And that is what we are fighting for. Guys, trust in yourself. Ruto is not inhuman. He is a human being with 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 legs, 2 hands. Ako na mabolingo kama mimi. The same to Raila. We are active. Sisi tunaweza fanya research. This movement can go further. Hivi tu ya party, mimi nilisikia my friend akiuliza party kwani tunaenda bash. Hizo ni vitu tunafaa kufunga sahi. Sahi to focus on one goal, and that goal is having a better country that will accommodate everyone based on their tribe and everything else that is going to happen. This country is ours. We are investors and we need returns. And those returns is good governance among other key aspects that we are fighting for. So guys, don't give up. Now is the time for us to speak out. Many people will lose their lives. Many will be arrested. But don't give up. Today I heard somebody speak on a space earlier on in the morning, Afrocentric. And he was telling us the brother was killed, Charles Owino. That man really got to me. And I felt like as much as people are just in a somber mood, there are people like him and I out here who believe this can happen. So guys, don't give up. This is the right time. Go and fight. Na nimewambia tuache kupeleka kisu kwa vita ya bunduki. Thank you.
Kuna mtu ameandika comment section. Unajua, ladies and gentlemen, I normally don't extend my space this much, but sometimes you hear people speaking and you want to hear the next and the next and the next. Yeah, and that is where we are right now. We are trying to get to hear the more people as possible, but I promise you, this is the last. Sasa cha ukwelo kabisa, cha ukwelo, amtanipata tena. Last hour tufunge hisho. Final hour. Kuna mtu aitwa Cheretich anasema kwamba love the statement. Mwingine anasema we Kenyans we must speak one word, watu watoke as one Kenya. That is Frank anasema hivyo. Andika comment section pale hivi kama uko na kitu ambacho unataka kusema. Kathy anasema it is time for A to come up with structures. This should be a movement. Without structures, the government will always be ahead of you. What do you guys think about that? This is Home Run with Pipi. It is top of the hour. Kama kawaida tunawekelea jingle.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pipi.
Show kubwa kwenye mtandao saizi, naona watu wanatuangalia pale YouTube, naona pia wengine wanatuangalia pale hivi kwenye TikTok and as well those who are listening here on X Spaces. Thanks so much for tuning in on Home Run with Pipi. We are live 4 p.m. till 9 p.m. every weekday, but today we are on a special space, event space for people to just have a mental debrief and share the things that are in their heart. If you like what I'm doing, of course, my show is supported 100% by the listeners of these spaces. 0721948229 is the M-Pesa number to support the show. Thank you so much kwa George, naona umeingiza pale hivi kitu kwa Tibja. Thank you so much for your support. Naenda pale kwa the next 6000 manze, umewasha tu moto hapa hivi, so I just want to go to Kabita. Kabita amekuwa na mimi hapa for a minute.
This is Home Run with Pipi.
Kabita, how are you doing? Is it Kafita or Kabita? Oh man, I can't hear Kafita. All right. Madheri Kabita, just request the microphone and come back to us and talk to us. Wazalendo, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good.
Yeah.
So I'm doing good, but not good. Mnaelewa, when if you know, you know. So like for me, what I would just like to say is like manze, this guy is playing games zingine zenye like hazikubaliki in this time. Like say tuko hii generation tuko na time yenye tuko, we cannot allow this to happen. This guy is like playing us like stupid guy, like anatubeba ufala na tuwezi kubali man. Like we have to stand and we have to like fight it should not, we should not give up. Unaniambiangwaje, don't give up. They say there ain't no giving in, and when the going gets tough, they say the tough gets going. So we have to get going. Hakuna sijui kujiangalia kwanza. Saa hii manzi ile kitu inanibo, kila mtu anapiga attention kwa hawa ma minister, sijui huyu MP wa wapi, sijui si mmesikia Joho ako hapa, sijui huyu nani ako hapa na huyu ako hapa. We don't give a fuck about nani ako wapi. I'm sorry, I'm using that language, but they don't matter. What matters is our country. What matters is Kenya. What matters is the future of our children. Tunapea hawa watu irrelevant so much attention, na ndio hiyo kadi huyu msee anatuchezea hiyo kadi ya kutufanya tuko distracted to what really matters. Unaona kama sasa hivi so far imekwanga Ruto must go, but like kutoka jana imekuwa sijui sasa ni Raila, sijui sasa ni nani, sijui sasa nani, yani tunakuwa distracted from the cause. And hapo ndio tunafaa to realize na tu sasa hii ni time ya ku regroup na kufocus. So let's keep the focus. Let's follow one course until success. Na tusikuwe na uoga man. Hata heaven hakunanga space ya cowards. So lazima tujue venye tutajipanga, tujigroup, tujiregroup. Na kitu yenye naweza wapea example moja kwanza, hata sasa nipeleke kwa position ya movies. Kitu simple. Tuwatch ile movie ilikuwa popular sana, ilikuwa Wakanda. Na Wakanda ilikuwa na hawa wasi wanacheza kwa lab, na ilikuwa na mafighter, na ilikuwa na yani kulikuwa na different positions. So sisi lazima pia tuweze sema hata vile tunasema tuko tu hiyo organization yetu, lazima pia tujue na kina nani wanaweza cheza hii role, kina nani wanaweza cheza hii role, na kina nani wanaweza cheza hii role. Yani kama hata nikaa ilikuwa blueprint yetu. So we have to like manze, we have to fight, give up, give in. Sasa zenye unaona sasa zenye tunafikia tuna give in ati tuko weak, ndio tunafaa tuko tunakanika tuko the strongest. Juu manze huyu msee anatucheza na book games, na sisi pia lazima tukue, hata sasa zingine lazima tukue smarter than him. Na hata ikifika penye itafika, kuna Sarafina kama sisi wote, most of the people hapa wamewatch Sarafina. Hakuna huyu msee tukimwacha aturule mpaka sijui hiyo tunasema hiyo 2027 hakuna venye atatoka hiyo kiti. Sisi wote tunajua ukweli, watu wataki kusema ukweli, watu wataki kuona reality, kila mtu anakuwa blindfolded. Oh, let's wait for 27. Fuck that, that's bullshit. It's not reality. He will not allow to calm down. If he's right now playing as these card games like stupid kids given candy and then taking it away from them, why do we think that he will accept like tumgoje mpaka hiyo time? So guys, man, let's regroup, let's stand for the cause. Let's not die as in juu ya uoga ati tuishi uko mtaani na kila saa unaangalia behind your back na uko na uoga, na uko kwenyu man, uko kwako, uko home na uko na uoga. Fuck that man, home ni home. So guys, tukae roho juu, let's fight our country. Kenya deserves all the respect. Kenya deserves all, as in kila kitu, na wachildren wetu na kila kitu man, na wanawake wote, all females out there man, mjue hii fight si ya maboys pekee, sisi wote. Na mtu wako kama anakujiwa, brother yako kama anakujiwa, babako kama anakujiwa, ni duty yako kumprotect. So tuko wote pamoja, and aluta continuous. Viva guys.
Viva, Viva Wazalendo. Thank you so much. Very powerful, and also reminding us that we are in this together. Don't say that this fight is for our sons. Kwani wewe si Mkenya. I don't think that us, the sons, are going to get the longer side of the stick and you get the shorter side. We're all going to get hurt the same way. So thank you so much for reminding us that was Zalendo. I'm going to go to Femi Bad Femi. Femi Bad Femi, how are you? And then I'll go to King Charlo. Femi, but Femi, how are you?
Hi,
Jambo.
evening everyone.
Good evening.
Peter,
Yeah.
me I'm going to talk about the church. That is where the power dynamic is. Can you imagine the number of people you are holding here? They all attend to church. One way or another, they have someone who is treating them. As you're giving civic education, that is the place you should start. Ruto knew during the campaign where to hit and how to gain popularity. For you guys to be able to move this movement, you need the church. As much as we are fighting them, I think it's high time we give them civic education, the importance of their power towards the political dynamics in Kenya. Every member of the parliament have someone in the church they are using. Let's counterattack them with that. We have so many churches that have not been touched. I'll give an example of how a number can grow. We have about, personally, during 2016 to 2023, I've been working with these churches. I'm a non-believer. I only offer technical services to an organization that is dealing with pastors and church leaders here in Kenya. I've managed to meet church leaders over 32 counties so far here in Kenya. And I can tell you they have the same ideology that you, Gen Z, you are preaching. It's high time you get into the churches and preach your word. Give them civic education. You want support, those are the people to talk. You want the government to stop sending goons to during demonstration time, those are the people that we should talk to. Because if you give an example, let's say, I'll give a simple example of the church behind me. It's Full Gospel Kenya. How many churches are under Full Gospel Kenya? If you can manage to get that person who heads Full Gospel Kenya, you have about 1,100 churches within Kiambu that are under Full Gospel. If you manage to invite one of the CEO, I call them the CEO of the churches. If you manage to get them in the room, talk to them, sell your idea, and you send them out, they're going to reach over million people who are not on any space handle, because our parents follow these people. They listen to these people. Those are the people that we should talk to be able to get to our parents. We are the millennial. Me personally, I'm a millennial. I was raised up where I could not tell anything to my mom because she looks up down on me and says, "You are young, Awo. What do you know?" But it's time, if they can't listen to us, it's time they listen to someone they listen to at the pulpit. Another thing I would love to say, people, we're being misused. We keep hearing people being paid. Can someone show us an account where money has been transacted? This is a PR stance to kill the movement. If you said this one has been paid, before we crucify them, can we be shown the account or where the transaction, the money occurred? They are killing the biggest influencers in the system to be able to put down the movement. I'll give you an example of Boniface. I know Boniface since he started with the revolution and calling them pigs. Anytime he comes up, people always say that he's being paid as an activist. Yes, he's being paid. So what? Is he not delivering the message that I want to get to the politicians? I think before we crucify someone, can we be able at least verify the information that is being said? I had back the mic. I'm angry, sorry, but that's all I can say for tonight.
Thank you for that. And I know that part of getting paid, one of the most accused person kwa mambo ya kulipwa ni Osama Otero ako hapa hivi. Otero, did anybody show any evidence? Did you get paid? Just asking. Yani tu kama tu by the way ni saa 5 ya usiku ulilipwa bro? asking for the 2,000 people on the space and the other ones who are listening elsewhere. Okay. So. The naked room. The naked room, are you there? It is the naked room, the naked
I think you
truth.
should answer.
Otero uko wapi? Watu wanasema you need to answer that question before you go any further. In the spirit of forgiveness.
I think he should come out and say if he was paid. I don't think him holding the president on his platform was so bad. Like we cannot be able to forgive him. Forgiveness is not for him. Forgiveness is for me. Was he paid? Osama, were you paid?
Lakini hata kama Osama hakulipwa hapo kwa Boniface Mwangi naye nitasema huwa analipwa kukuja kuamplify hizi vitu. I'll always stand by that.
Exactly. Activism.
I have information about that.
So nasema kuna wachezaji wa kulipwa na sisi tunalipwa, tunacheza on loan.
Let us see it. Stop telling us that analipwa. Let us see it. I know he has an organization that is being funded by NGOs for his work. Where do you expect that he gets the money to send his information out?
Wewe ngoja wakati Matakarua ataenda kusupport gava, you'll see Boni akiweka mkia yake akirudi huko Kirinyaga.
Can I speak?
Haya, sawa, ngoja kidogo, kuna line ndugu yangu. Naked Truth. Ndo next. Femi, asante sana. Ngoja kidogo.
Osama tuambie kama amelipwa.
Ngoja. Osama uko hapo? Osama. Are you there? Can you hear me, Otero? Okay, looks like Otero cannot get me. But yes, we'd like to answer that question. Maybe tukianza reconciliation, tunafaa kuanza reconciliation with that time. Because Femi amesema kitu ingine important sana. Hakuna evidence ilionyeshwa hapa hivi yenye Otero amelipwa. So Otero, this is your chance to cleanse yourself in front of these 2,000 people here and the other people who are listening on TikTok and YouTube. This is your chance. So if you can hear us, the mic is still hot. You can talk to us anytime you're ready to talk to us. The Naked Truth, this mic is yours. Then we go to Kinchalo, who has been waiting for some time.
Thank you. This is the Naked Truth, the online magazine. First of all, I would like to just touch on a few things. The first point is why we are deflated, or why we deflate as a movement is this tactics of attacking each other. I don't know, Boni is being paid. I don't know who is being paid. This is an agenda that has been pushed by one guy though, and there has been rumors that he's actually a government agent. But so we should be careful on what we are pushing, because now these are the things that are now causing a lot of lethargy. You're becoming exhausted, because these are, as somebody said, these are marathon. Yeah, we are running a marathon. Don't be distracted. Don't start attacking each other. Even if you don't like Boni or you don't like Gaido, focus. The enemy is Ruto. Focus on the agenda of the movement. Yeah, that's the first thing. So as somebody said, we cannot be now the war now is being is the government is beginning to win the war on the streets. How? By goons, hiring goons. Now coming now again to the digital space. Now you're planting people to push agendas to attack each other. This person has done this. Focus on Hanifa, focus on Boni. That is not the agenda. The agenda is
hear anybody speaking.
Continue. Naked Truth, who is that speaking? Okay,
No,
continue, Naked Truth. Huh?
This I can't hear Naked Truth speaking.
Oh, okay. I think you need to refresh your mic then. Naked Truth is speaking. We can hear him. I think the rest of the panel can hear Naked Truth.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Kinchalo, refresh your mic.
Thank you. So that's the first point, guys. Stop attacking each other. This I've had Six Sosa doing that,
and I think you should refrain. Because now you're distracting people, and people are losing focus. Now, my second point is, as much as you have heard that we are leaderless, we are faceless, we have now to take the movement or the fight to the next level. Somebody has said that you cannot defeat Ruto in politics, you cannot defeat him in mobilization, but there has never been a revolution without a leader. Never in this world. We have had the French Revolution. We have had Che Guevara I can't remember the country. There has to be symbols of unity. You have to identify a leader, and that leader has to front our sentiments. He has to front our counter arguments, or what the government is doing. When you have that, it will remove the void that's happening right now. Politicians are taking advantage of the void. We have seen ODM coming in and saying now, because of what is happening with the young people, now we will unite. It's because we don't have a leadership structure. If you had a leadership structure, the leadership or whatever, is it a panel or whatever, would have come out and said, we are not part of this, what is going on with ODM and the pretenders, that they're now uniting to take care of our grievances. So as much as we are saying we want to be faceless, we want to be featureless, we want to be what, we have to get to a point that we have to occupy, as we are occupying the streets, we also have to occupy the political spaces. We have to front our candidates at some point, because this is a long game. I think I saw Bonnie tweeted that yesterday. This is a long game. Yeah, the end game is to cleanse the political rot, the political system, and we cannot do that if you don't have people in those spaces. Now, when you're saying Ruto must go, yes, let's say tomorrow he goes, then what? Who do we have to front? That's why previously in the previous regimes, uh, uh, those who are cognizant of what's going on in the 90s, we used to have a shadow cabinet. The opposition used to form a shadow cabinet. They say, if you come into government tomorrow, so and so will be the minister for water, so that whenever the government there's something going wrong in a ministry, let's say for transport, the shadow cabinet for transport can come and say this is not being done correctly. If we are there, this is what should have been done. Yeah. So we have also now to think on another level of the long game. If tomorrow we manage or we succeed in our agenda for Ruto must go, what do we have in place? I know there's a lot of trust issues. People don't trust each other. If they're saying if you have a leader, he'll be compromised. But uh, we can say that it's easy to say that. But remember, men lead men. Yeah. Nobody. If Ruto goes, not an angel will come from heaven and fill his void. It will be somebody. It will be another man just like him. Ruto is a man like you. Ruto is a man like me. The problem with Ruto is that he has no integrity. He has no he's selfish. He's a dictator. But we have other good people in leadership. We have other good people among us who can lead us. So let us not fear leadership. Leadership is very important in a movement. Leadership is essential. So we should not fear leadership. Leadership will even give us a sense of unity. It will give us a sense of representation. It will give us a sense of a symbol of unity, just like we used to have in the second liberation. We used to have Matiba. Matiba was a leader, yeah. And what made them not succeed all those years in the early 90s? It was because they were not united. They had the leadership, but they were not united. But when they united in 2002, they were able to topple Moi. So as much as we don't trust having a leader, we're saying it's too early. It's not too early. If you don't do it now, we don't hit the road when the road is still hot. We'll not be able to do it. That's why the government is organized and is able to go to the ground and convince people. You saw what happened today in Mombasa. and Tharaka-Nithi. Ruto is a master in that. And if you don't do that, you don't also counter him. You don't beat him at his own game. We will not be able to be sustained. It has only been 4 weeks, and already you can see there's lethargy today. People did not show up in good numbers. It's because people are getting a bit lethargic because of the distractions, because of lack of direction. We need leadership, whether you like it or not. It's an uncomfortable topic that we have to exploit, and we have to identify people who can lead us, people who can speak for us, people who can be the face of the movement. I'm telling you. So thank you very much.
Kip Korir is telling you we remain leaderless, period. The moment these people know we have a leader, they will be bribed and na wataturuka. I smell idea from government spies. Not everyone is from the movement. Let me read the comments first. Wachani kuniharakisha bwana. Mute kila mtu. Mute wewe.
Okay.
Naked Truth should say Ruto can be replaced by a man or a woman. Unasikia hapa hivi mtu mwingine anasema hizi ni comments zimeingia tu sahihi. I can't be like Ruto. Stop saying Ruto is like me. Huyo ni Jay anasema hivyo. I can't be like Ruto. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. Mimi acha niwaambie kitu moja. Kama watu wa serikali wanatusikiza hizi spaces, then don't come to tell me that we need to write notes and tell them to the government. You're using my taxpayers to edit my spaces, to listen to my spaces. Chukua hizo notes, peleka boss wako ashughulikie, usitulete hapa. Unasikia? 6000 neno ulikuwa umetajwa kwa hiyo space, unataka reply and then we go to Kinchalo.
Nilikuwa nataka kusema one thing I want to tell Naked Truth is that you cannot expect to feed a 1 month old child with ugali. You have to wait first they grow some teeth. So if you want to feed us right now with this ulabalus of leaders and CG whatever because you fear William Ruto. I told you William Ruto is human na akona mabolingo ka wewe. So he is beatable. One thing we lack, we don't need leaders. We just need to be mobilized. Mobilization is what is missing at the moment. And we don't need to have that leader to go out. Unafikiria atakuwa anasimama. We've had the likes of Nakasmuel going on live TV every day. Anyway, what I'll just tell you guys, hiyo mambo ya leaders wekeni huko kwa mfuko na mkae huko. When we reach that stage of getting leaders, we will get leaders. We will have leaders. We don't want to give leaders because they had the loudest mouth when we were going to this, when we were having this revolution, because somebody I don't know was going to put his life on the line. No, we'll have leaders who have values, people who can lead, people who have merit, people who can be accountable, people who can be remorseful. We will look for all those qualities. But right now, just getting a leader because we need to choose somebody because he puts his body on the line. I also put my body on the line. But I'm not a good leader. But I can mobilize a crowd. I can speak. So we don't want to get to a point where we go to William Ruto because of his mobilization and his words and how manipulative he is. Go look whatever PP posted today akiambia watu wa Tharaka-Nithi. Situliwapatia ya Kindiki, waziri wa usalama akafukuza majambazi, magaidi, whatever. He's just a good mobilizer. He can do that better. Naked Truth, you can do that to your people. They'll come out. I'll do that to my people, to those people the little people that they can listen to me. They'll come out. Keoti Sonko can do the same. Shiko can do the same. Han can do the same. That person, mwenye ako pale, mwenye ako home, that's what we start with. Let's start mobilizing ourselves ndani kwa ndani. Mambo ya leaders, tuache kufikiria leaders saizi siji structures. We need to have a secretary. For what purposes? We've seen Hanifa handle money and she's bringing accountability here on X. Nobody has asked her, siji Hanifa, whatever. She walks out on these roads, anaenda kwa hizo hospitali kuangalia watoto. Hakuna mtu mtuma. Ni that spirit of fighting for this generation and this movement yenye na mtuma. So tuanze kujituma sisi wenyewe, man to man. tukijua we don't want leaders, kila mtu ajitume. Kila mtu akijituma doketi yake, itafika ile point after we are successful, now we will come and start looking the values of a good leader and who can represent us on the bigger stage. It will reach that point. At the moment, leaderless. Thank you, Pipi.
Chapati madondo. Okay, ndio chakula ambayo tunapenda kukula huku Kenya. Mbona nimeongelea chapati madondo? Ni kama nimechoka. Okay, we have 30 minutes to the end. I'm gonna end it at exactly the stroke of midnight, like the cock that betrayed Jesus, which was Peter's cock. Okay, that was weird. Welcome to Home Run with Pipi. Shiko. Oh
You
my
don't
God.
talk like that, and then you call my name Jesus.
Watch out to scare what Kinchal. I'll come back to you. Kinchal, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Guys, yeah, guys. First of all, I would like to thank Pipi for opening this safe space for us all here, and also KOT and other guys. They have been really encouraging us here in space. And I also like to pay my tribute to the fallen hero. That's where my pain is. That's where my pain. It's not even about corruption anymore. Now my pain is those people who died. And you know, Ruto, the last thing Ruto would have done is to do a handshake. Me, if you ask me, if I look at Ruto's face, I know Ruto would have never seen himself doing a handshake. He will have never. But those people who fought, people who died, and nothing happened, it's because we pushed Ruto to the wall, that he decided to do a handshake so that he can split us. Ruto was someone who would never do a handshake, but alienda akafanya handshake. So it means that our power of the people, we had a say, and we still have a say. So this is not a time to relent. We just need to change our strategy, because now when we went to the streets, goons were starting to come in who are paid by the government. We know they are paid by the government. It's not a secret. We know they're paid. They are going with motorbikes in town, and the police are looking at them like this. Mmoja wao alipigwa na wasee, polisi wakamchukua wakamweka kwa pickup. The way protesters wako wanafanywa hivyo, so we know they were paid by the government to do that. So hiyo sio siri, we know that, and we know the government wameamua wakwe above the law, na sisi ndio wananchi. So me, what I was saying, my point was history ya tunaongea juu ya kufanya rallies. I think it's a good idea, because we can be discussing here in space and then we go to the ground and do the rallies, so that we can inform people who have not been here in space, because Gen Z, millennials, and other generation who don't want Ruto in power, sio wengi ni wale ambao wako hapa kwa space. I don't know which way can we use to communicate to those people ambao wako hapa kwa space. Unaona, wanaweza kuwa watch TV, but unaona media imeshikiliwa na gava sasa. Can you imagine that day of Occupy Parliament? Do you know Citizen walikuwa wanaekati nyimbo kwa TV? Where did you see that? I was really pissed off. So my main point is that, guys, I don't know how we can organize ourselves so that those people wale tuko mashinani wapata hii message. Unaona, because hapa tuko like 2000 people, but wengi hawako hapa kwa space. We need to know how we can raise, hata even our parents, wale watu wako mbele yetu, hata hao wanaangalia tu TV, that's how they get all the information. Unaona, so tutafute njia ambayo we can mobilize people, and I think the best one was if we can be holding the rallies like hiyo tumesema ya on the 8th of August, and we should look for ways on how, hata kama hatuna leaders, tuko na watu ambao wanakuja hapa kwa space, wako different counties. Unaona, we can talk to them na wa arrange vile watu tutafanya rallies, or whichever way we can pass the message ambao, that's what I think is what we call civic education, because umse tumempush, unaona, but we need people to get more and more knowledge. Unaona, like me, my another idea was, let's be doing every month on the 25th let's be doing something to commemorate those people who died, because that's where I'm hurting most. Wale jamaa yani walidai na alafu yani kina Raila wakaenda wakapata bure, yani bure tu yani for free eh? Ruto hakutaka hivyo, lakini tumemforce mpaka akafika hapo. So me I'm sure tunaweza push bado, tumpush, unaona, tumpush mpaka kwa hiyo wall afike. Hatuwezi tukingoja 2027. Huyu jamaa hata amejipanga tayari, anajua vile atafanya, unaona. And huyu jamaa tuendelee ku press on, we push on and we push on guys. And we also need accountability. My other question, which I also asked people the last few minutes ago, Hanifa has been doing a good job. And also when we are doing these rallies, like you see, like Boniface Mwangi, yeye analipwa na NGOs ambao yeye ni activist, and when you are an activist, international communities na NGOs wanakusupport na wanakupatia do, unaona, which is the right thing. Ndio unaona aliholile rally tulikuwa nayo kule Uhuru Park, unaona. But us, we need to have funds. Kama tuna contribute, Hanifa akuja hapa kwa space atuambie kama tuna contribute do, alafu kisha kama mena kuna watu wa COC na kuna watu ambao tuna hold rallies, tuna move on, unaona, tujifund sisi wenyewe, because wenyewe tuna pesa mingi, unaona, ambao tunaweza kufanya hizo marallies, civic education, everything tufanye, ndio tuwe wengi, watu wakwe mobilized, unaona. So we can remove this guy from that office, because he's not following the constitution right now. Afai constitution anatukoroga tu yani. Yani ametuchezea game ambao we have been on top of it, so let's continue like that. Na story ID tuendelee kupush watu. Kama kuna watu wako mali area fulani wanakwenda kuchukua ID, watu waende waandamane huko wote, wasema tunataka ID, wale ambao hawana ID. That's all.
All right. Thank you so much for that. I want to finish at midnight, so I'm going to let Miles, Sam, and Shiko speak to us, and I'll call it a night. The rest of you, we will meet again tomorrow at 4 p.m. I don't want to overstay here. I've been here for the past 8 hours or so. All right. Let's get to hear from Shiko. How are you doing, Shiko?
Yo, I think I'm frustrated. And I'm frustrated because I think we began as a family and then we're turning against each other, which is uncalled for and uncouth, for God's sake. The goal was one, and we know the enemy lives at State House. Whoever is being paid, it's really as long as and I just want to say this because I know I've had this so many times and it really irritates me, because we soil the movement by focusing on who is paying Boni. I do not think, honestly, if it was about the money, Boni would be putting his life at risk the way he does. Today he's gonna sleep at Kamkunji. Nobody knows if they're gonna move him. Today they've moved him 2 or 3 police stations today. We don't know if they're gonna move him through the night again. Shad is still not um, found yet. And we're going to sit here and discuss who's going to be paid and who's not being paid. That is not the goal. The goal is the oppressor, that one who's killing us, that one who's assaulting us, that one who's actually locking down minors, young kids as young as 16 years for 48 hours incommunicado. Like, the absurdness of this country. I think we need to focus on that. Second, we can talk and talk and talk, but we need to realize one thing. Yesterday, what Ruto said to our faces, and especially by giving Murkomen or nominating Murkomen for sports and youth, he just said to our faces, fuck you. That is exactly what he said. Because remember, when we started, when people said we do not abolish your cabinet, dissolve your cabinet, Murkomen was one of the pain in our asses. How then does he end up putting this person as the nominated cabinet secretary for youth and sport? If that doesn't ring a bell, then we need to realize that we are very far from achieving the goal. People have been talking about leadership or whatnot. I do not think that is the goal right now. I do agree with you, 6,000, that We do not need a defined leader at the moment. But what we can do in return is he's given us a shitty cabinet. Why don't we then nominate a cabinet for him? Why don't we say, we know we don't want him, for sure we don't want him. But before he goes, we need people who can serve us. We cannot have people who've stolen at their counties. We cannot have people who've looted their coffers dry, being the people that we're being told they're gonna lead at that level. So wameungana wafanye nini? Waibe kwa pamoja. And then he has the guts to go pay masses to celebrate him in different towns. So he's back to his campaign trails. Kidogo kidogo saa mtu anatana ameanza kwenda just because he thinks everything has gone back to normal. This movement is bigger than any one of us. It's bigger than that Boni we're talking about. And these people who keep coming online to tell us who's being paid and who is not, they are people we should silence because they are here to disrupt us. They are here to disrupt us from the goal. I long for the days where we were talking and we were saying this is the goal and this is the mission and we were going as one. I am frustrated because today I saw the amount of people who are in the streets, and it was sad to see so many people saying, I do not think we should go. I do not think it's worth it. But you know what? Today was worth more than any other day. Today marks exactly 1 month since we lost a mass of our people. So the 60 lives that are lying somewhere in the cold, and more that have not been found, and many bodies that are going to be found after this, rely on us to stay strong and to still fight forward. I can say so much, and I know there are other people who want to talk. The only thing that I'll say is let us keep the focus at the goal. Let us focus on why we are here. Also, our media is bullshit. It's so shitty that people from outside are saying our media is not telling the story or the beauty of the protest and how far we've come from. So we also need to say, can we tell our wins? Can we celebrate those small wins as we keep pushing? Because that's the only way we're going to give hope to this movement. It's the only way we're going to give hope to people who really, really want to give their lives for this. I don't really want to say a lot. I know I've already said a lot, but I'll just say you guys have a good night. Osama, it's good to see you after a long time. But greatly to say we need to keep pushing and we need to be together and we need to solidify what you're fighting for. Good night, Pepe.
Good night, Shiko. Asante sana for your submission, always on point. Nataka kusikia Miles Got. Miles, mambo vipi?
Poa sana, habari zenyu nyote?
Nzuri sana.
Asante kwa space, nashukuru. I won't take it for granted and I have a different opinion but concerning us and concerning Kenyans. So maybe kuna some of the spaces maybe nishaisikika nikisema hivi, lakini I think ni mwito wangu, mimi nitaongea na niseme tena. Na chenye nataka kusema si ati nasema kwa sababu mimi labda ni Muislamu ama Mkristo. No, mimi sina dini. Sina dini kabisa. Lakini nataka kusema hivi, kwa kila kitu ambayo tumefanya so far, tumeweza kutackle this thing financially, socially, mentally, physically, na sana sana tumebase politically. Ambayo ni kitu poa, unajua, tumefanya poa. Lakini kuna pali sasa sisi sote tumekosea na tumepotea. Na hiyo kitu ni gani? Tujaweza kutackle hii kitu in a spiritual way. Maana nitasema aje, tumeenda na hekima yetu, tumeenda na masomo yetu, tumetackle hii kitu na masomo yetu, venye tunajua politics, venye tunajua kuchambua watu corrupt. Lakini tumesahau kuinvolve Mungu kwa story. Na ndarudia tena, kuto involve Mungu simaanishi ati mambo na kanisa ama mosque, no. Tumekosa kuinvolve Mungu. Manake what I wanted to say is, kabla the next maandamano ambayo tunasema ni hiyo 8/8, why don't we to organize like tukuwe na like 3 days of fasting, na si ati tuna fast kwa sababu wewe ni Muislamu, na si ati tuna fast juu wewe ni Mkristo. Tuna fast all in the name of our country, Kenya. na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo Ruto ametuweza. Yeye ako supported spiritually na wazee wa kanisa. Hata ukiona huko kwao kuna wale wazee walikuwa na chant hizo vitu zao, anakuwa supported, bibi yake mwenyewe anamuombea. So sisi kama Wakenya, nani anatuombea? Tukisema tunaitaka kama Gen Z nani anatuombea? So we need to pray for ourselves, ama we need to fast for ourselves. Ndio some of the people ambao wame give up kwa hii situation ni kwa sababu spiritually side tuko weak. There's no one is supporting us, you know. So tumeweza kila kitu, tulianza vizuri lakini tukalenga Mungu kwa sababu tulienda na our own understanding, tukaenda na our own ways. Na nitarudia tena, sisemi hivi kwa sababu mimi ni Mkristo ama Muislamu. Mimi sina dini, lakini haimaanishi kwa sababu sina dini kwamba Mungu hayuko. Na ukitaka kujua pia this thing ina involve spirituality. You saw one of our sister, alikujua kwa dream akasema sijui ametupwa kule kwa dam. So inamaanisha spiritual world ina exist, you know. Na kama huyo dada alitokewa na dada yake, inamaanisha pia watu kama kina Rex wanatuwatch. So if we fail ku tap the spiritual way kwa hii stuff yote, tukienda na our own way of the way to understand this thing, bado tutafail. No matter what tutadu, bado tutafail. We need to involve Mungu. Kama wewe ni Mkristo, amua uombe. Kama wewe ni Muislamu, amua uombe. Na mimi nitasema hiyo tena. Maanake kwa kila space nimeenda, sijaisikia mtu akisema hiyo kitu. Na ndo pale tu tunafail. Na najua wende wengine wataona ni kama napotoka, lakini that is the truth. So hapo ndo itabidi, na solution tu ni tuombe like for 3 days, and then after hapo ndo tu embark kwa maandamano na mambo yatakuwa sawa. And then alafu kitu kingine tuna fail pia, sai watu waendi maandamano. Most of people sai wanaenda content creator, wanaenda ku create content ambapo tunapotoka, you know. Inafaa kama tunaenda protest, maybe tukuwe na organized group, tunajua watu fulani ndio watakuwa wanachukua content concerning chenye kinaendelea na the rest wana protest. Lakini kila mtu akienda content, hata a stray bullet itakupiga tu, kwa sababu wewe yuko focused kwa chenye kimekuleta, umekuja content. We need to go, kama ni protest
Bro, we need all
tunaenda
those
protest.
cameras on. Wewe usiambie watu wazime cameras. Hapana, hiyo siwezi kubali hata upendo la
No,
dakika moja. Because these
no,
cameras are the ones that are
ona
catching
bro,
these police officers trying to shoot us. Ukiambia watu wasiende ku create content, hizo videos ndo zatusaidia ku piece together the pieces of this. And those videos zenye watu wana post are the reasons why people are inspired to come to the street. Please, come on. You can't be telling people to
ona
go and then you tell them not to record. It is hard to set watu wa ku content create. No, kila mtu mwenye simu mkononi afanye kazi inafaa. So long as alitokea kwa street, wewe mwenye uko kwa street unataka nini? That's the point. Mi ukiwa kwa street kama unatumia simu yako, good for you. Wacha ku preach vitu zingine hapa hivyo lia. Oh God, please.
okay, sijekataa
The establishment wants
na
cameras off so that they can kill us, they can abduct us. Leo Shad Khalifa amechukuliwa. Kama watu wangekuwa na record video akichukuliwa Java, ingekuwa vipi? Tungejua alichukuliwa. Come on. We are in the age of
ni ukweli.
phones. Let us be honest. Phones are saving us right now.
Ni ukweli, sijekataa bro, na hiyo sijekataa, na kama ime sound vibaya naomba radhi na munisamee, lakini tena tutaongea ukweli. Sisi wote hatuwezi kuwa content creators, sisi wote hatuwezi enda kurecord hapo. Ni kama the same venye wewe umehost hapa, umetuhost. Sisi wote hatuwezi fanya hii nini hosting, ati kila mtu ako na space, you know. We still ni the same. Sisi wote hatuwezi kuwa nini, tuwezi enda pale juu ya content. We have we have maybe tujiorganize venye tu tunakuwa organized, tutaelewana ni a certain people watakuwa wanafanya
Bro, it has
kitu,
already
lakini sisi
worked. We can't
sisi sote.
organize for something that has already worked.
But
I said as again,
people,
today's space was not about that. Let's not go to strategizing. Sijui watu walishafanya hii mambo kwa streets. Miles, you're telling us abstracts of something that we have seen happening. Watu wamekuwa na hizo simu kwa street na wamefanya maandamano. So if you don't have a better or anything to tell us, just end it there. It's midnight. I'm getting tired, bro. My threshold has gone high. Yeah.
Pipi, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Miles swali. What is the meaning of a protest? Mi nilikuwa nataka kuunderstand because umejua we tend to think protest ni kuenda kushout Ruto must go. Kai. Anyway, Miles, you can explain to us like I am Kilundizi what is a protest. Maybe I don't understand.
Okay, nitakuwa mkweli. I might lack this specific word ya kuexplain nini the word protest, but ninajua watu wana protest kwa sababu ya nini haki yao, you know, but hivyo ndo naweza sema, siwezi eleza zaidi maanake huenda nitakosea, lakini naomba radhi, mnisamehe kama nimesound vibaya, lakini nilikuwa tu naongea point yangu kama Mkenya mwingine venye alikuwa anaongea point yake, kama venye Shiko aliongea point yake, kila mtu venye aliongea point yake, you know, lakini kama nimekosea naomba msamaha.
Hujakosea Mike, hujakosea Miles. I'm putting you on the awareness radar that, my brother, when people switch off their phones, people get killed. That is what I'm trying to put it out there for you. You have not wronged, but
Yeah,
let's put it out there for people. Tukisema eti watu wa create content, what happens where there are no cameras? Because part of the success of this protest is the fact that even when the media has not been amplifying us, people have been taking videos and posting on social media. So kindly, we cannot regulate how many people go behind their cameras to record. That is all I wanted to put it out there. Okay, good. Thank you for that, Miles.
Ni sawa.
Haya, wacha tusikia kutoka kwa Sam, the final submitter wa siku ya leo. Asante sana Mungare for your tip. Kama unapenda kazi yangu pale hivi juu kwenye topic line, there's always a tip line number for you to support the show. Sam, hi. Anaitwa Gidinji. Gidinji, are you there? Gidinji, are you there? Okay. Looks like Gidinji has vamonos. 6,000. Give me your final thoughts leo. Nasikia vitu watu wanatuambia hapa tuende sijui park, sijui tuende wapi.
Mi nataka kusema hivi, I want to say I'll start with Miles. You know, I'll just tell him even if we went on those streets na tuweke tu lights za simu zetu zikiwaka pekee, we are sending a message. Protest, people can protest in different ways. Mtu ameenda ku streets, as long as si tuko kwa streets, wherever you do it, ukiwa huko kwa streets, as long as si kuiba, kukuwa violent or kufanya vitu zingine, it's not it's what you think. Anyway, about leaders, we don't need leaders. About this movement, mean to be stay strong. We are going to get there. Stay strong. This life, we are going to make it. We are going to make Kenya a great place, a better place to be. Filter whatever you get into your mind. Always filter whatever gets into your mind. Whatever you read, try to understand. Ukiona hii kitu inaweza get into you, is better you just leave it and continue. So learn how to filter some information that you consume that is going to help you. Anyways, have a great night. We will meet again when PP hosts. Stay strong. Lazima we will get back our country. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, 6,000 and everybody who has been here. KOT Sonko, do you have something to tell us, my co-host? KOT Sonko, uko hapo? Ama amelala. All right. If KOT Sonko amelala, thank you so much for those who are still getting into that tip line. Thank you so much. Wacha niachilie jingle ya show, alafu niwapatie my final thoughts before we call it a night.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone, anywhere. This is Home Run with Pippy.
Nataka kusema hivi today. I want to say this very particularly, ladies and gentlemen, that when we have spoken for the past 8 hours, we have spoken on one thing and one thing alone. That we are speaking against the corruption that is killing our country. We are speaking against the police brutality in our country. We have spoken it in various words, and one thing that has always remained top of all this is that we are a peaceful country. We are a peaceful unit. of people that want change in their country. Ladies and gentlemen, today I have felt the pain of the people. I have felt the disappointment of the people. I have felt the way people are feeling sad, despondency, and I've also felt the one thing that many people do not want to say, the despair in everybody. I'd like to say, ladies and gentlemen, if we continue like this, we are going to lose. We need to re-strategize. We need to take toll of what stock of what we have done and achieved. And when we start again on a higher note. Today, we have had a great day debriefing. Tomorrow, we'll be back here again at 4 p.m. to have more conversations. But these conversations will not have any meaning if we do not share it with our friends, with our border riders, with our sisters and brothers in the village, with our cousins, with our aunties. And I say that let us stop going home over the December holidays alone. Our politicians live in the villages every weekend. When they leave their offices on Thursday, they live in the villages speaking to their people in mother tongue. Tutabidi tuache kukua wazungu, tutaacha kuongea Kiswahili ya Nairobi, itabidi tuongeleshe watu wa nyumbani lugha ya nyumbani. Kama wewe ni Mkisii, itabidi uende nyumbani wakwane Ikegusii. Kama wewe ni Mjaluo, iwacho nango. I'm talking about kama wewe ni mtu wa kutoka pale hivi kwa Murima. Talk to them in the language they understand. Talk to them in the language they can get. Tell them the way we are getting robbed. Okay, we are going into those churches this time round. When you're going into the churches, some of us are church leaders here. When you go into that church, do not just be a praise and worship leader. Also make sure you speak. Above all, your WhatsApp, let it not be just for your memes. Put out your status. Tell them that they have stolen. Post those videos of the leaders that are lying to us. Make sure that the pain does not stop. Make sure that the pain does not go down. Make sure that the pain does not stop pressing. And I'm saying this without mincing my words. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not have any other country to go to. We do not have any other place to lay our heads on. And even our brothers and sisters who are in the diaspora are depending on us who are here to fight for our soil so that one day when they come out to retire, they have a land to retire to. We need to speak the truth. We need to speak to the truth. Even if it pains, we need to tell our leaders the truth. And even if it hurts them more and they try to kill us, we need to speak up. We need to amplify it. And of course, we also need to be very realistic when we get to all of this. It's midnight. I've been here for the past 8 hours. I'm going to end this space right now. But that does not mean the conversation ends. 980 comments that we got in the course of this. Apart from the 200 that were asking for the microphone, 700 of those were very good comments. I'd advise you to go through those comments and understand the voice of the Kenyans. And of course, yote tisa kumi ni kwamba Homebrand with Pipi itakuwa hapa tena kesho saa 10. Asanteni sana kwa kunikalisha, wale ambao wamekuwa na mimi kutoka mwanzo mpaka saizi, the speakers, the co-hosts, Osama Otero, thank you so much. I know it has been a very tough time for you, man. Thank you so much for finding time to stay here. KOT Sonko na kuona pale ndani, Jay Shiko, who has been with me since and who has been my co-host for today. Thank you so much for being here. 6,000 and other speakers that came over to the show. Mungu awabariki sana. See you tomorrow. For those who did not make it to the mic, kuja kesho mapema utapata nafasi. My show is supported by you the listener. Kama unapenda kazi yangu, 0721948229 is the number to support the show. Asanteni sana, mkuwe na usiku mwema. Wale ambao wako Kenya, wale ambao wako in other places, have a great afternoon and day ahead. Goodbye and good night. God bless Kenya. God bless all of us.
5, 4, 3, 2